more about your atheism. Are you willing to explain to me the coherence of your atheism? Either you're willing or you're not willing.
Oh no! I already said I'm not interested.
If you're unwilling, I'll put a notation down in your account. Okay, so if I run across you again, that you're the atheist who had presented that your atheism is coherent, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Can you explain to me and everyone else just briefly, in terms of me asking you questions, what the nature of how your atheism is coherent? Would you be willing to do that?
No, not really.
Well, why?
Well, if there was some reason for me to think that I was incoherent, presumably there'd be an argument.
I didn't say that you were incoherent. I'm saying, is there a foundation that provides for the coherence of your atheism?
Is there a foundation that provides for coherence? I mean, it's just
is the coherence of your atheism, does it depend upon nothing or something?
Well, it's going to depend upon presuppositions.
Okay, is the answer something?
Well, if presuppositions are something, then sure.
Okay. So the coherence of your atheism, you said it was a product of your reason. And I take it that your reason is a dependency or derivative?
Sure.
Okay, can you tell me what ultimately your reason is derivative of, ultimately?
What do you mean by that?
Do you know what the word ultimate means?
No.
You don't know. Okay. Do you know what the word foundationally means?
No.
I'm not, I don't want to know what, do you know what the word proximate means?
No.
Oh, so you're an intelligent atheist and you don't know what these words mean?
I never claimed to be intelligent.
Okay. Do you know what the word proximate means?
How many
languages? No, I actually don't.
Darth.
Okay, it means next to, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, if I asked you to give me an explanation for A, you could say, well, A is explained by B. All right. Now, either B would be the ultimate explanation, the foundational explanation of A, or it'll be proximate, meaning it's not ultimate, that B would need an explanation. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So ultimate would be your final stopping point, your bottom basic explanation upon which everything
the laws of life.
Now, what I'd like to know from you, what is it that exists? Okay, not an abstraction, but what is it that does exist that is ultimate and foundational that will provide for your capacity to reason?
Every single thing.
Well, if you're asking me for like what's like necessary, right? Well, like if you're asking if there's things that are non-contingent, laws of logic are the only thing that I can think of.
No, I didn't. That's an abstraction about.
Actually, it's not.
Okay, let me finish. The laws of logic are abstractions about. That is ultimate, that provides for all dependency states of affairs.
Yeah, I don't have one of those ultimate things.
Okay, so basically your reason is foundationally without basis?
It's based on presuppositions, yeah.
Okay, is your presupposition something that's concrete?
Well, as opposed to like abstract?
Is the presupposition, you told, first of all, you told me that I'm not clear. Do you have a foundation or not?
Well, the foundations are going to be presuppositions.
Okay, could you tell me what is that presupposition that is ultimate?
What do you mean by presupposition that's ultimate?
Yeah, didn't I already explain what ultimate means?
No.
Yeah, I did.
Well, we got moved to another VC, so
right now ultimate is your final stopping point from which you can go no further.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my presuppositions. I mean, I couldn't reduce those.
Okay. So can you tell me what that bottom basic foundational starting point is that provides for the your capacity to reason? What is it in existence that's not an abstraction, that is concrete, that exists foundationally, that provides for all dependency states, including your reason? What would that be, Manny?
Well, again, like I said, the foundation is just my presuppositions.
I don't know what that is. What is it?
Presupposition? I mean, it's just something that you assume to be true.
Manny, you know what you're demonstrating to me right now is because you know you're being deceptive, and I know you're being deceptive. Okay.
How am I being deceptive?
Yeah. Do you know what the word? Do you know what the word shtick means?
What you're doing right now.
Do you know what the word shtick means?
Well, I gave an example.
Manny, do you know what the word shtick means?
I mean, I can try and give my own explanation. So
it's a basic Yiddish word. Yeah. All I need to know is, do you know what it means?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, good. You can stop with the shtick, and what I'd like to know is, what is it that is absolute and foundational to your system that provides for all dependency states, including your reason?
Yeah, by foundational, you just mean it's like the place in which my beliefs bottom out. Like I said previously, they're going to be my presuppositions.
Yeah, you've already said that 3 times. I don't know what that is. Can you tell me concretely what that is, Manny?
Like, you want an example of a presupposition?
Yeah, notice Manny continues to do it the shtick. Do you know why, folks? It's because Manny is actually afraid to tell me what he really believes. So what he's doing is he's playing this little cute game. But you know what? I don't think there's anybody in this room that is that stupid who is not aware that you're doing shtick. Okay.
I don't know why you think it's shtick.
That's how vacuous your atheism is. I am asking you very simple, clear, non-loaded, circumspect questions. And what you're doing is you just flip-flopping back and forth with unclear, ambiguous responses. Now, what is your fundamental starting point? Okay. Now, please don't say presupposition, because you've said that several times. You haven't unpacked what that is. So what is your most foundational starting point that provides the basis ultimately for your claim to reason as an atheist?
Yeah, so I'll try and unpack what a presupposition is, I guess. So a presupposition is...
I don't need no, stop. I don't need a definition of a presupposition. I want to know concretely, what is your foundational starting point that would be unconditionally non-dependent, that provides for all dependency states, including your capacity to reason? I don't need an explanation of the semantics of presupposition. Okay, so what is it that ultimately and foundationally provides for all your dependency states?
Are you just asking me for the foundation of my reasoning?
I'm waiting for an answer. The more you're doing it, you're actually giving me a great deal of satisfaction by these evasive responses.
Yeah, I get you. But
are you an
again?
atheist?
I mean, I've said multiple times now that it's my presuppositions.
That's about the 6th time you say I don't know what it is, and I don't want a definition of presupposition. I want to know what foundationally exists. Do you here? Let me simplify it, Mr. How shall I put this?
I have a name.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to think of how to say it correctly. Somebody who does shtickster. Okay. Now, do you hold that there is anything unconditionally non-dependent?
Yeah, the laws of logic.
So how are the laws of logic something that's concrete?
I think the laws of logic are probably abstract.
Okay.
Abstract
Now Yeah, aren't the laws of logic just simply says A cannot equal A cannot equal not A? How does that explain foundationally, ontologically, what is non-dependent?
You're just debating him.
Well,
because he
it's
doesn't-
just-
All you're saying, if I say, hold on a second, if you say the laws of logic, you're just giving me an evasive response, okay? Because if you say the laws of logic, right, how is that concrete? All the laws of logic say that for any entity that exists, it cannot equal its negation. That doesn't tell me what A is.
You're
Okay.
just debating his ignorance.
Now, what I'd like to know. Okay, so you believe that there's something foundationally, unconditionally non-dependent. Okay, and you say it's the laws of logic. But that doesn't tell me, all that simply tells me is A cannot equal not A. I want to know ontologically, what are the attributes of that?
The attributes of a law of logic?
Yeah, the laws of logic are just simply that A cannot equal not A. So foundationally, what are the properties of A? What is it?
I don't know what you mean. I mean, A could be anything.
Well, you don't know? I'm asking you foundationally, just saying it's laws of logic, all the laws of logic mean is that an entity cannot equal its negation. Okay?
Yeah,
all it is yeah, that
something that's necessary.
Right. So tell me what is, how do you know that anything's necessary?
If there's some incoherency in its negation.
How do you know that anything is necessary?
Yeah, I just told you. There would be an incoherency in negating the laws of logic.
Yeah, but you know what that is? That's just simply a restatement of the laws of logic. That doesn't tell me that it's necessary. Okay.
I'm saying the idea is that
So wait, hold on a second. So you know that the laws of logic are true at all times and all places?
Yeah, I mean, it's more
that doesn't tell me your ontology. All it's simply saying is that your ontology coheres to an abstract framework, that the ontology, whatever its properties or attributes are, cannot equal its negation or coexist with its negation. It doesn't tell me anything about the properties or attributes of that which is ultimate. So other than saying laws of logic, can you tell me concretely what the properties and attributes are of whatever this ultimacy is?
I don't know what you mean by ultimacy.
Yeah, see, more evasive. You see, this is what a colossal fool you are. Okay, all you're simply doing is you're giving me. Please do not overtalk me. Please do not overtalk me. Okay. Because if you overtalk me, I will remove you from the room. Okay? You can wait your turn. Now, in fact, it's good luck for you because we're just about done. Because all this guy is doing is just giving shtick. Okay? Now, you're asserting that the laws of logic are absolute and universal. How do you know that? Manny?
Well, it's based on a certain presupposition of coherency, and and the view that the denial of the laws of logic is going to lead to incoherency, but there wouldn't be any incoherency in denying.
So what? That doesn't establish that it's the case. It just means that it's indefeasible. Listen to me. Listen. A Down syndrome child may be indefeasible for them to defeat Stephen Hawking. It doesn't mean that a certain scientific theory that he presents to the Down syndrome child who cannot defeat it is that scientific theory is true. Now.
Yeah, but your own view of coherency, I mean, is really the best.
Okay. Well, the point is simply this: I'm still waiting for you to concretely tell me what is foundational. Telling me the laws of logic doesn't answer the question.
Oh, well, the laws of logic were just merely an example of something that's non-dependent or non-contingent.
Okay. Yeah, but what are they?
When you ask me what's foundational to my reasoning, right? Yeah, I mean, look, that's just going to boil down to presuppositions.
Why can't something coexist with its negation?
No,
if the law, well, then when you say it's incoherent, all you're just simply saying is it doesn't cohere with the laws of logic. That's circular. It's trivial. That's trivial what you're saying to me.
What I'm saying is I can make it.
Is incoherence where something there's a contradiction?
That's an example. Yeah.
Okay, good. Then what your answer about why they can't exist is entirely circular. It's non-informative. So why can't A at any time in any place for any entity ever equal its negation or coexist with it? Telling me that's incoherent is simply restating the same thing in different words. So
yeah, I don't see an issue with that.
Yeah, so it's a non-informative answer. All you're just simply doing is you're making the same assertion in the different tokens. Same proposition, different token. You're not explicating it.
I'm just saying you can't fathom a state of affairs in which something equals its negation.
Why is it for all entities that never once can any entity ever equal or coexist with its negation? Telling me it cannot be because it's not coherent is just simply restating the same premise.
How much do you mean by restating the same premise?
I'd like to know why an asteroid cannot equal or coexist with its negation halfway across the universe. Why can't it?
What I'm saying is that the reason we believe the laws of logic are necessary is because of the incoherency.
There's no we here. I'm asking you, when you say you believe it because it would be incoherent, all you're simply stating is just simply restating that it cannot equal its negation. Okay? You're not answering the question. You're just simply restating your proposition with a different token. What difference does it make? Listen, what difference does it make whether I have a dollar bill or I have a coin that's $1? They're different tokens for the same thing, sir.
Yeah, well, I think there's a certain presupposition that you have to make regarding coherency. And based on that,
I'm still waiting instead of you just filibustering. You see, when you're by yourself and you're ruminating over this conversation, you're going to have to ask yourself why you had to resort to evasive tactics and shtick, because you cannot answer my question. Now, we'll try one more time. Other than saying it's incoherent, which is a restatement of the same proposition with a different token, why can an asteroid halfway across the universe, why can it not equal its negation or coexist with its negation?
Well, I just told you because it would be incoherent in my view.
You're restating the same thing again.
I'm not sure if they're the same thing, right?
Yeah, you're wasting me time. I'll move on to somebody else. Your responses have been, borderline moronic. Okay?
That's kind of mean.
Yeah, no, it's truthful. Now, when you tell me an asteroid cannot equal its negation halfway across the universe because it would be incoherent, all you're just simply saying is an asteroid cannot equal its negation because an asteroid cannot equal its negation. The label incoherence means that contradictions can't exist. All you're just you're just repeating the same thing. You're not explaining why.
Well, I agree that presuppositions aren't drawn from some further inference.
I'd like to know why an asteroid cannot equal its negation halfway across the universe. And please don't say because it's incoherent, because that's simply restating the same thing in different words. Why can't an asteroid equal its negation?
Well, I guess it's just a presupposition.
Oh my God. So in other words, it's a belief without a ground to it?
Yeah, that's what presuppositions are.
Right. So you believe something without foundation?
That's what presuppositions are by definition.
Okay. So you believe that the fundamental nature you still haven't told me ontologically what is the fundamental nature of reality. All you've simply said is whatever the fundamental nature of reality is, it equals itself and it cannot equal its negation. You didn't tell me what its properties are. What is it?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by fundamental nature of reality.
Right. I would like to know one property or attribute other than the fact that whatever that is, it cannot equal its negation. Can you tell me what its property or attribute is?
Yeah, I just don't understand the question. Can you explain it further, please?
Yeah, can you tell me the property or attribute of that which is foundational and ultimate, unconditionally non-dependent, other than the fact that whatever it is, it cannot equal its negation? Can you tell me its property?
Yeah, so you said something that's like ultimate and non-dependent?
Yeah, could you tell me what the property is so I can understand what this is?
Yeah, I just still don't know what you're asking me. You just restated the
Yeah,
question.
I want to know one or more of the property or attributes of that which is unconditionally non-dependent. And it's already understood that whatever it is, it cannot equal its negation. What I would like to know, what are its property or attributes?
Yeah, I'm just like not aware of like the thing you're asking about, or these properties that you're asking for.
Yeah, does that which is unconditionally non-dependent, the foundation for all dependent states, does it have any properties or attributes other than you saying it can't equal itself? I mean, equal its negation. Other than that, do you know of any of its property or attributes?
Well, I don't even know what it is that you're referring to.
Yeah, what is unconditionally non-dependent? Watch, folks, he'll go back to the laws of logic again because he has no answer.
Well, again, I presuppose that the laws of logic aren't.
Okay, yeah. My prediction is confirmed again.
Well, that was the response.
What is the property or attribute of that which is unconditionally non-dependent? What is the central property other than the fact that it cannot ever equal its negation?
Yeah, I'm really like not aware of the thing that you're asking of.
What is its property? What is its property?
The property of what? This like ultimate thing that you're asking?
Notice everybody in the room how he's playing dumb.
What do you mean playing dumb? I just don't know what you're asking.
Yeah, I'd like to know, is there something that is fundamentally absolute and non-dependent? You said yes. I said, what is it? And you said, well, the laws of logic, but that doesn't tell me what it is. All it tells me is that it cannot equal its negation.
No, what I was saying is that the laws of logic themselves are something that I take to be non-dependent.
Okay, and how do you, okay, fine. I still need to know what the property or attributes are of whatever that is.
The property of the laws of logic?
No, sir. That which is fundamentally non-dependent and that provides for all dependency states. Okay. All you're just simply telling me is that there is something that is absolute, and it cannot equal its negation. Well, I understand that. I'd like to know what other additional properties or attributes that it has.
Oh no, I never claimed that there was this like necessary like concrete thing that exists and the laws of logic are like its properties.
So for all of you, right. So all of your dependency statements, do they ultimately depend upon something that has a properties or attributes other than it cannot equal its negation?
Yeah, I don't know what they depend on.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, you've now cut your head off philosophically. It's game over. So in other words, you don't know what your dependency statements depend upon, other than the fact that those dependencies conform and cohere to the law of non-contradiction. But you just admitted that you have no foundation. Thank you for your time. Next.
You're just
I never
debating
claimed
white
to have
belts.
a foundation. I mean, what was the point of this?
You're just smacking. That's all you like to do, Darth. You like to smack down white belts because that's what you enjoy doing. You don't You don't enjoy debating people that actually know what they're talking.
Do you know what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Then would you like to talk?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, good. Can you answer the question that he couldn't?
Okay. I would say that the fundamental nature of reality is that every single thing enclosed in this universe abides to the laws of logic.
Yeah, that doesn't address the issue. All you're simply doing is regurgitating the same vomit that he gave before.
How is that the same vomit?
One more time. You didn't verify anything. How do you verify? No, you just said that everything that's in the universe. Well, is the universe itself unconditionally non-dependent?
The universe itself.
Okay, listen.
It's not unconditionally independent.
Listen, asshole. I'm going to ask you a simple, fair, circumspect question. If you are entirely evasive, you're going to be server muted. I'm not going to put up with assholery. Okay?
And I'm sure that's not the case.
Yeah, well, guess what? You've been notified, okay? If a cop tells you license and registration or I'm going to arrest you, okay?
Stop with this nonsense.
No, okay. All right, good. I'll stop with the nonsense. Now you are muted, sir. Thank you for your time. See, this is all we have. We have no intelligent people who can defend atheism, but we have either people who engage in overt trolling or covert trolling, like we saw with the first interlocutor. He has no foundation for anything he says. And then he wants to talk about, well, it's the laws of logic. But how does he know that for all things, dependencies that exist, that they cannot ever equal their negation? He says, well, that's incoherent. All that is just simply saying is things cannot equal their negation because things cannot equal their negation. Okay? So this is how moronic these people are.
Darth, you're a great debater, but that doesn't make it true.
What doesn't make what true?
Your God belief.
Well, unfortunately, what does make, when you say it doesn't make it true, does that statement presuppose that something can and does make something true?
No, it just says that just because you're a great debater.
Okay, is the claim, is it okay in your view? Is truth a intelligible concept?
Truth is that all cops are best.
Is truth? Listen. You too. Listen to me, dude. Listen to me. If you're going to be an asshole too, then I will server mute you and move on to somebody else. Now I'm asking you a question. If you overtalk me again, you will be server muted.
It's okay, dude.
Okay. Now, last chance. Do not overtalk me. Now,
who's overtalking you?
Okay. Now, here's the question. You said it doesn't make something true. Does that statement presuppose that there is truth?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me now? I hold to the Christian worldview. Do you hold to that worldview?
Of course not. Fuck that.
Okay, good. Can you tell me what worldview that you're speaking from so I can have an understanding of the context from which you're speaking?
The Mandaean worldview.
What worldview?
The Mandaean worldview.
I don't know what that is.
Search it up. How do you know truth? Okay. Darth, if you don't know the Mandaean worldview.
Okay, now.
How can you presuppose truth if you don't believe in the
I don't know what that is, sir. Okay, now, can you tell me what your definition of truth is? When you said it doesn't make it true, it's just so we're on the same page.
Listen, Darth, okay? I won't stand for assholery if you do not.
Okay, and you see, now we have a third troll in a row. This is this is embarrassing.
Darth, you are embarrassing.
That's all they're left with is just, trolling and then trying to mimic the things that I say rather than be substantive. I mean, this is embarrassing for atheists.
Can I jump in?
If anyone wants to jump in, you're going to have to tell me what your username is.
It's not immoral to rape my mom.
Okay, go ahead.
Darth, it was recently revealed to me as absolutely true that the Christian God is...
Okay, what is your worldview? Look, before you answer that question, listen to me, dude. Shut up or I'm going to mute you. Are you listening to me? I'm just going to give you a rule that I have, all right? If you're just some schmuck teenager who's going to make a pretense that you're intellectually responding to me, all right? And you're just going to do shtick and make stuff up as you go along, without further notification, I will just mute you. I only want people who are serious contenders not
What
foolish
would you like me to
teenagers.
respond?
Now, did you hear what my
What is my
rule is?
worldview?
Did you hear what my rule is?
That you
Do
mute
you
people
understand? Do you understand my terms?
Yes.
Okay, if you cross my terms, I will instantaneously mute you.
Very
Okay?
fair.
I am not here to entertain foolish teenagers who are trolling and making stuff up. Now, do you hold to the Christian worldview?
I do not.
Okay, can you tell me in your worldview that you are speaking to me from, okay, what is it that is unconditionally non-dependent that provides for all dependency statements in your worldview? I have no basis. So now, whatever you say, do not overtalk me. Do not overtalk me. Now, what I have just demonstrated, that every time you speak, since you do not have anything that in your system that is unconditionally non-dependent, when you do speak, are these statements of dependency, yes or no?
So if your question is based on something that's a misinterpretation...
Okay, one more time, sir. Listen, if you're smart enough to step up the table to talk with me, I'll repeat the question again. Maybe you're a lot slower than I thought. When you give forth predications and propositions, are these statements in any sense dependent on any prerequisite?
Yes, except for one.
Right. Now, does it ultimately depend upon something?
No.
Okay, good. Then what you are saying is every statement that you make, all of which are dependency statements, they are without final and foundational basis. You have now contradicted and violated. Please do not overtalk me. Do not. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Okay? You have now violated your own principle. You are incoherent. You said you do not accept, and I can guess that we can infer from that that you do not present assertions that are without some foundational basis, but you said there is no foundation. Therefore, all of your statements of dependency have no basis, which you are now contradicting yourself because you do not accept foundational statements. So it is game over. Okay? All people have left is to resort to trolling, okay, and doing shtick. It's very embarrassing for atheists. An International Atheist Day is coming up in a few weeks. It's April 1st. Anybody else have any questions or points before I mosey off on?
Yo, Darth, I have a question.
Sure. I'm not hearing you. Your thing is lighting up.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay. If I asked you the same... I'm genuinely curious, by the way. So, if I asked you the same question about what are the characteristics of what your reasoning ultimately depends on, is that the correct phrasing?
Mm-hmm.
What would you answer with?
I would tell you that which is unconditionally non-dependent is a mind that we call God, who possesses the attributes, whose attributes of mind and consciousness and will are immaterial. As we said, they're eternal, non-dependent. That mind is omniscient, omnipotent, and always truth-revealing, and has created this world and has a sovereign plan for this world.
And how do you know that?
The only way that I could know that is through revelatory acts. If one discounts revelatory acts, then there would be no way to know anything.
All right, thanks.
You're welcome. Good question.
Hey Darth, we have Miss Anthropic here who wishes that you may unmute her.
Who's misanthropic?
She's in the room right now, but she cannot speak because she's muted.
Why is she muted?
I don't know. That's what she told us, and she said she wanted to actually.
Well, then if I muted her, it must have been that because she was being a very naughty girl.
Well, I don't know. You could. Yeah, she just spoke right now.
Yeah.
I don't know. You could try like unmuting and then hearing from her.
Yeah. What did the naughty girl say, Sagan?
She confirmed that she's a naughty girl.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Well, naughty girls get punished when they speak naughty.
Ooh.
They lose. When little girls and little boys, or at least they have the minds of little boys and girls, when they're very, very, very naughty to me, then I don't talk with them anymore. Now, granted, nobody's perfect on these servers, certainly not me. I mean, I've lost my temper a number of times, but it's not deliberately trolling. It's usually my anger when it occurs. It's in response to people being over the top trolling. But when somebody is simply gratuitously naughty as Miss Anthropic, okay, then you lose the privilege of talking with me.
Can you ask him if the offer is still on the table if I were to video call him and put soap in my mouth for 5 minutes, that he would unmute me?
No, I made a New Year's resolution not to get on video with naughty girls. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't believe it.
He said the other day that he would unmute me if I video called him and put soap in my mouth for 5 minutes.
Obviously, if she heard me say that, she didn't get the sarcasm.
Oh, I even offered to pour holy water all over me.
Yeah. You tell Miss Anthropic, I'm sure maybe she hears me or not, but if she doesn't, you can just tell her there's more fish in the sea. She can go talk with somebody else. When somebody goes into full skank mode, I have no interest in talking with them. Yeah, I am not nearly as tolerant and overlooking as Matt Slick is.
Oh yeah, Matt Slick is something else. Wait, does he not remember who I am? I'm so confused right now.
All right, since there's no more atheists who want to defend... Yeah, I'm talking. I said since there's no more atheists who want to defend the coherence of atheism, the Christian worldview has been presented to these atheists, and they reject the presentation of it. And since there's no more atheists who have the courage to defend the coherence of atheism, I'm going to shuffle off to another room. Are there any atheists who have courage here?
Yeah, I'll jump in.
Oh, okay, good. Tell me about your atheism.
Okay, so basically your view is as incoherent as the atheist worldview because you have to assume things that you don't know are true.
How do you know that some of the predications or propositions that come on my mouth are in fact mere assumptions? How do you know that?
How do you know that?
I await your answer.
I can't know, and you can't know. No one can know these.
So you just asserted something baselessly?
Like your whole view.
No. That was a question, sir. I'm more than willing to listen to you trash my position. I'm more than willing it. But I just asked you a question, okay? And the question was that a baseless assertion?
Well, it's the same assertion that you use against atheists.
No, sir, listen to me.
Baseless,
listen, dude, slow down. At this point, I don't care that you think that I'm guilty of whatever you're doing. All I want to know is are you making a baseless assertion?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, now, do you accept baseless assertions?
For presups, then I do.
Okay, so is all of your world based upon baseless starting points?
Yeah, every single worldview is based on baseless.
Okay. And how do you know that?
How can you know that atheists
that's not an answer to my question. How do you know that all worldviews start with propositions that don't have a justificatory path? And notice the key words that I use there. If a proposition, whatever it is baseless, then it doesn't have a justificatory path. How do you know that for all worldviews, their foundational starting points don't have a justificatory path?
Because we all start out knowing nothing.
How do you know that?
Okay, I don't know anything.
Thank you for your time.
So you don't know anything either.
If you don't know anything, then how do you know I don't know anything?
How do you know that I don't know anything?
Did you understand how you just cut your own throat?
You use the same reasoning.
Did you hear?
So how do you know
listen. You're simply ignoring your own foolishness. Okay? You said you don't know anything. Now, is that a self?
I can't
listen,
truly
don't
know
overtalk me. Okay, don't overtalk me. Now, do you know what a self-refuting statement is?
Yeah, these are
okay.
all...
Now, if somebody makes a contradictory statements, is that incoherent?
Well, how do you know it's incoherent?
That was a question, sir. Is a contradictory utterance incoherent?
Sure.
Okay. Do you accept and give incoherent notions?
For presuppositions, yes, but after that.
Hold on a second. So the foundation to your system is incoherent then?
It's the same thing as yours.
Sir, listen, it is irrelevant at this juncture, okay, what you think of my system. What we're talking about right now is your system. Is the foundation of your system incoherent?
How can I know it's incoherent? There's no way I can know.
Okay, that's not an answer to my question. Is the foundation to your system incoherent? Are you having connection issues?
Yeah, that's small, but yeah.
Yeah, because I would want to think that you're inept. I would probably want to more believe that you're having connection issues.
No, there's no way you can truly know something or not.
Is that true?
How can you know that?
Is that
God
true?
Yeah, this is going back to
is your previous statement true? Is your previous statement true?
Yeah, there's no way you can.
Listen, dude. Listen.
Yes.
You're not having a conversation. You're just simply talking past me. You're just rambling past me. Now, was your previous statement true?
Yes, it's true. You can't.
Okay, good. Do you know that?
Yes, I do.
Well, then, how do you know it when you said you can't know anything?
Just the basic.
Look, it's game over. Go back to the manager of your groom home and tell him that you're over your time to be on social networks. Don't we have any smart atheists in here? I guess not. Somebody message me when you get an atheist with a brain, okay, folks?
All you gotta do is watch the YouTube.
Sure, because I was just about to leave. Go ahead.
Okay, so who do you think respects animals more, an atheist, vegan, or a meat-eating Christian?
When you say respect animals, what does that mean?
Well, according to your Christian belief.
God, when you say respect, I don't know what that entails. Does respect mean don't end their existence? Does it mean don't inflict gratuitous pain upon them? Well, what does it mean? So for example, by the way, I know people who talk to their dog and tell their dog in a happy voice, "You're the stupidest dog I've ever met." Okay, are they disrespecting their dog? So
pain.
Okay, good. Yeah. Well, God has given permission in the Christian worldview to inflict non-gratuitous suffering for the purpose of ending their lives, for the purpose of our consumption. God sanctions that.
So what would you say to someone that's vegan and believes that?
I would say, what's the basis of their veganism? Based upon what? Where are they going to get their ethical imperatives as a vegan? From what system, what worldview? Since we're having silence, I'll be back.
Is he gone?
Yep.
Is it true in the Bible that he...
I think the framework of it is convincing, right? So it's it's not an argument for God. It's an argument for foundationalism.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is Darth tries to say that it's a argument for God, and it's unclear why.
Mm-hmm.
Until he takes on the foundationist position.
Honestly, Brian, I was going to say when he asked me on sometime like. Brian?
Yeah, I'm here.
I was going to say when he said that I just contradict myself in Gimlet, it was because I was going to change my angle of attack because I was saying I have to have a fundamental base, but he said that his fundamental base is God, which has no evidence. So I was going to say just as a satire, my ultimate basis is unicorn. So just to see how he will go with this, but he didn't let me go there. But I should also like put like a rule like not cutting each other, because he was saying that I was cutting him, but he was always cutting myself. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, you can.
Well, he has like a bulldozer debate style, right?
Yeah.
So if you start to say something that actually is substantive against him, he'll begin to bulldoze you, and that's just his rhetoric, like rhetorical style.
Sorry, I just have to go for a second.
I don't think saying that there's no evidence for God is a good way to rebut the argument, by the way. I think that's a really poor argument. Evidence is sort of not really something that matters here. If the argument is that God is foundational, evidence just seems to be incoherent against that.
Do you have a defeater for Darth?
Personally, like the defeater that I would go with is arguing against fountainherentism, but I don't think he respects that defeater. There's other defeaters too, like internal contradictions of the Bible, problem of evil, the problem of like the transcendental argument for God. There's a lot of issues that he just doesn't take on.
Black people, am I right? White people, am I right?
Whoa, dude, what do you mean?
At least Darth's a good guy and very respectful in debates.
Are you there, Ryan?
I can be.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So, yeah, I would just like to know, are you busy right now, or?
No, I'm not busy right now.
Okay, so I'd just like to know, do you mind, like I was asking you yesterday, like, to do mock debate, or you prefer not? No?
I've got like half an hour right now, so I'd prefer like not do it right now, but we can do it later.
Okay. Do you have like an hour, like you think?
Kind of shifts from like time to time. Usually I just like ask people if they want to mock debate me. Just see me online and just ask me, and I'm usually very willing.
Okay, so you might say like tonight, maybe you said?
I'll be online in like 9 or so hours, but...
Okay. Yeah, I don't have problem, so yeah. I'll just maybe like... So do you want me to send you like a private message, or just you will just be there and stuff?
So basically what I understand what Darth's position is that he says that atheists can prove that God doesn't exist because we assume that our reason is valid or that logic is true or things like this. And so he says that, well, if you base everything you know on I don't know, then you can't possibly claim that God isn't real, or something along those lines. Yeah, I'm really talking to anyone. You missed all that. What the? Oh no. That's fine.
Hi, inquire yourself. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, and I'll just change my name back to Wesley the G. Because I thought it'd be funny if I changed my name to Inquire Yourself, just because this is an Ask Yourself server. But anyway, you were saying?
Yes, I didn't hear exactly the part of his argument where he was talking about proof of God and things like that. But one thing I did strike me as being weak in what he was saying was the idea that everything has to be on a rock solid, unquestionable foundation. What do you think about that?
Yeah, basically he's saying that everything has to have a rock solid foundation, but like according to like presuppositionalism, which is where he's getting all this from. He's he's an apologetic, but he's saying that everything has to have a valid basis to make deductions from. But since we all start in the world knowing nothing, we have to assume things without any kind of evidence that it is true.
Yeah, I agree with you somewhat there. We come with no foundation, that's for sure. And it may not be possible to find a foundation in lots of ways. I'm not an expert on this, but I think in 20th century philosophy, phenomenology in particular, there is a bracketing of certain aspects that try to put aside that idea of a solid foundation and maybe come to some agreement that we can't know things in themselves, as they're often spoken about in philosophy. So if we put aside the idea that we can know things in themselves, we can still have meaningful conversation as long as we can agree to kind of bracket the basis.
Yeah, I don't think Darth is willing to make any kind of leeway with anything like that. He's pretty stubborn.
Yes, I get that. And I was eating at the time, and I sort of detected that he wasn't open to much leeway in things. But it was an interesting discussion, and seeing lots of our lovely Discord members flip-flopping, trying to deal with some of his arguments, thought was pretty instructional.
When you ask Darth where he gets the idea that God does exist, he says something like God ordains himself to be true or something like that. That's one of the reasons, and then he also goes to the other reason that the Bible is consistent and the other religions are not consistent, so therefore Christianity is the only true religion. Which, I mean, is obviously wrong because the Bible does contradict himself. But he says the Bible does not contradict itself. So,
well, as a Christian, not myself, but from his point of view, he's probably only talking about the New Testament. I know he mentioned Genesis and things like that, but I really doubt that he would hold to tenets and beliefs of the old Jewish religion that are there in the Old Testament. I think he would reject a lot of those if pressed.
Yeah, and also like that could be true. He could reject some parts, or he could just like reinterpret it. Like, for example, the Bible says that the universe is 10,000 years old, and I've heard some Christians say, "Oh, that's just being hyperbolic." The Bible is trying to say that the universe is so old, right? So it's not exactly 10,000, but it's just like being like the universe is so old, like it's 1 million. It's a factual claim. So like all these like different types of interpretations of the Bible, he could just reinterpret the Bible to his own beliefs and fit it in.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. My own mother does the same thing. She's a Methodist Christian and beliefs that I don't share, but was raised in for the first maybe 14 years of my life at least. And she has a lovely set of negotiated positions on almost every story in the Bible. And these don't seem to conflict with her central belief, and they are a mixture of moving the goalposts, God of the gaps, those sort of things that I'm sure you would recognize.
Right, yeah.
The infamous God of the gaps. How do you explain causation, guys? That's what I fucking thought. Get wrecked.
I was actually waiting for Inquire Yourself to speak and just see what he said.
Yeah, I don't appreciate little boys jumping in and cutting me off, okay?
Seriously though, on the causation thing, I don't think it's something you can demonstrate. And I don't think Bart thinks that it's something, I presume that's what you're referring to. I don't think Bart thinks it's something you can demonstrate, and I think that's why he thinks it's such a rock-solid position and a bit of a goldmine debate-wise for him.
Well, if you assume that like logic is true and then our senses are true, right, which is unjustified, but if you assume that those things are true and that they are valid and everything, then you can't prove causality with like experiments, right? So if you push something off the cliff, then you know that your act of pushing something made that thing fall, or that's kind of a poor example, but you kind of get the idea. Or just like logical deductions.
I do take the example, but it's an example that's open to a kind of reduction, because you always go back to, well, it was my thought that made me push it off. It was my upbringing that made me have the thought. It was the culture that gave me my upbringing, and it just goes on into an endless
infinite regress.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I don't have a quick and dirty solution for that at all.
Yeah. I love to just come in with the one-liners.
Yeah, we know you're tired. Just to go back to Darth's comment in there, some things I did notice as I was eating and listening. There were lots of false dichotomies. There were also pretty brutal stepping over, talking over others, not allowing other people the chance to respond if it didn't comply with his expectations on what the answer should be. And I realise in debate you need to keep people on the topic, but to be just smashing them down, smashing them down, smashing them down, you've already commented on this, is not good. Is not good.
I mean, I'm sure someone has before, but has anyone just like used his own arguments against him, but like said, but instead of that, just saying, well, he's got the secret Bible of the spaghetti bombs, the flat invisible spaghetti monster, and just keep on says everything he says, but just put it in under that. I'm sure someone has, have they?
Yes,
I think in the Destiny debate, Destiny did that to him, and then just proved that he was like operating on the same invalid basis as atheists. Like so Destiny was like, so how do you know that God is real? And Darth was like, I know God is real because God said he was real. And then Destiny was like, well, how do you know that God said that he was real? He's like, how do I know? Because it says so in the Bible. And he says, how do you know the Bible is true? How do I know? Because God has ordained it. So it was like going in a circle, you know.
Yeah. How do you know God's real? Because God. Essentially.
Basically. Yeah, exactly.
It was quite interesting to hear him twitch a little bit about the collapsing building. He was insisting that the dynamite goes on the bottom floor because that was essential to his argument. But it's not true. I mean, there's lots of evidence out there. Our friend posted a video there where they're demolishing buildings. You demolish a building surely by attaching your the charges to the weak point, and you do that by studying the structure, not just automatically assuming that if you blast the bottom floor out, everything's going to go the way you want it to. And that's the way to bring his skyscraper down. Don't try to attack it in the places he insists on you attacking it, but find the weak points in the structure. He's not amenable to it, I'm going to acknowledge that right now, but speaking about it as an argument, or a series of arguments, set of arguments, whichever way you like, yeah, it's not invincible. That's absolutely for sure.
Has he always been a Christian? Was he raised that way? Is that why he believes it? Or did he find it later on in life?
So I think there's a big chance that he was raised this way. Yeah.
He may be born again. I mean, born again tends to put you into a certain way of feeling about the Christian God, and he certainly had a bit of that fire about him. I'm saying that though, having just listened to him for the first time today, so I don't really have any proper knowledge about his background.
It is quite funny watching him rage out, but he's a terrible, like, he's not a very cordial debater, is he? Like you were saying before. But it is funny watching him get wound up.
You can hear it coming. Things are happening. He's not happy with it. You're not walking on his tightrope, as it were, and you can feel the stress rising in his voice, and yeah, he's very rude and brutal, as I say.
I just like the way he's got his own debate chat, and he's got like all the power in it. it's like Izor's ask yourselves like little amusement. That's what it seems to be to me.
Yeah, and we will meet these people out there in the world, and this is an excellent place to just expose yourself to it, like, you know, condition yourself to it, toughen up, get ready, and you know, learn to deal with these things. We may not feel he's amenable, but again, it's about the argument.
What's going on?
Howdy, partner. we're all just kind of sitting here having our peaceful meditation.
Or recovering from shell shock.
I'm so happy to leave. I'll be back when I get in the car. It's hard to talk and walk.
Guys, I had the worst nightmare.
Yo, Serena, you're probably covering your mic right now. I can barely hear you.
Oh, I know what to do.
That's much better, much better. You probably had like your finger or something over top of your mic, or I don't know.
Yep, I was probably doing that. But I also have headphones I need to put on, so let me do that.
Yeah. Did you say you had a nightmare though? I couldn't understand what you were saying, but it sounded like you said that you were having a nightmare.
Yeah, I did have a nightmare. It was just like, okay, so I usually have dreams about what I talked about, like random sentences or words I said the day before. They'll appear and be the theme of my dreams. I was watching this Instagram live of this singer from Chelsea Grin, and he talked about how he's had one paranormal experience when he was younger, and I was like, oh my gosh, it was story time. Like he told it, and I was like, ooh, shivers. And I remember saying, I'm so glad I've never had a paranormal experience. And I don't think this counts because it was like a nightmare. And I get nightmares if I don't sage up my house sometimes. But like, there's this ghost that was invisible. And I was like smoking weed. Like, I wasn't smoking weed. I did like some, I guess, like THC snack or something. And this is in the dream, in the nightmare too. And like later I was chilling at my dad's house in Wisconsin because he has one up there. And I was like, I guess I kept hearing this sound and like I could see the shadow of the ghost or something. When I heard a loud one, like the ghost scared me. And like it was bad. But that sound ended up being my dog being stuck in my little brother's room and just trying to get out. I heard
So it like the sound kind of like transferred from real life into your dream and like manifested in another way, basically.
Yeah, I guess I felt his panic. Yep.
I mean, I had a nightmare like that once where I was just like asleep and my bed sheets wrapped around my neck in the middle of the night. And I had a dream that like some guy, some like old school like 1950s like gangster, like New York gangster kind of guy with like a Tommy gun was like patrolling around my neighborhood. And in my nightmare, me and my friend both got shot in the neck by this fucking like gangster guy. And in the dream, I like felt some pressure on my neck, and like when I woke up, I realized it was because like my bed sheets were all like literally bunched up around my neck, basically. And that's why I was having.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's so weird. I hate how dreams can do that.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean though. But like for you, it was just like a ghost and you were like, ooh, that's spooky. And then you like woke up.
No, like I woke up really scared. I knew what the sound was when I woke up, and I still didn't want to get it. Yeah, gave me a good spook.
Yeah, I don't remember any of my dreams anymore, so I could have had like a nightmare last night, but I don't remember it. So
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah. If you take melatonin, you might remember your dreams.
no, well, I do sometimes. Like if I have something important the next day and I need to get up early, but I don't know. I haven't had a dream since like the beginning of high school or something like that. It's been a really long time. A dream that I remember.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's that feels like normal because I stopped dreaming, but now I take melatonin every night and I do remember my dreams. Yeah, I feel you.
Mary and I were talking about this before. I think like if I kept a journal and wrote them down right when I woke up, I'd probably be able to remember them. It's just that I used to do that, but I don't have time to do that these days. So like when I get up, I have to go and do shit. I don't have time to sit there for like 10 minutes and write down what I dreamt about, right? So
Yeah. Ah, yeah, that would be cool if you could still journal for 10 minutes after you woke up. But yeah, I guess life gets in the way. Oh my gosh, my doggies want me to take them out. I got this.
What kind of dog do you have?
I have two. Oh. One of the doors is open. I have to close it first. The gate. I think he's called a German Shepherd. And a black lab that's like 16 or 17 years old.
my stepmom had a dog that was like it was a mixture of different breeds of dogs or whatever. So it was German Shepherd, Black Lab, and so it was a German Shepherd and Black Lab mix, and then that dog had a baby with a golden retriever, and I don't know which one was like the mother or the father, but then the puppy that they made was my stepmom's dog, so it was like golden retriever, Black Lab, and German Shepherd, but it was like mostly blonde like hair color. It had like the golden retriever's hair color.
Yeah, that makes sense. She was like 50% golden retriever.
Did he look like a German Shepherd as well?
No. She had a really weird personality. Like she acted kind of like a German Shepherd. She would like fetch and had a lot of energy and stuff, but no, she didn't really look like one. Maybe like her nose a little bit, but she looked like more like a yellow lab than anything. But like kind of fatter than most yellow labs. She was a weird dog. She was like a mix, kind of like unique. So.
Oh, very interesting. Beautiful sounding dog, kinda, I think.
Yeah, I used to sleep on her belly. It's pretty good time.
Oh, the good days. Very nice. Alright, boys, baby girl, probably just me. It's beans and rice time.
How old are they?
How old are who?
Your German Shepherd and your Black Lab.
The German Shepherd is like 2 years old, and the Black Lab is 16 or 17 years old.
Oh, damn.
Yep. The funny thing is, like, we've had other dogs before, but like the Black Lab she's a girl. Her name's Joy. She's mated with a couple of our past dogs and had puppies with one of them. But this like new German Shepherd, he's never tried to mate with her. Maybe he knows that she's too old for him.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really funny.
It's actually like weird as fuck. Like male dogs are usually pretty fucking horny. So like, is it neutered or something? Like, why is it not trying to fuck?
Like he
This is bizarre.
has all the. It is bizarre. He gets like red rocket when he sits down sometimes, and I'm just like, he's Ben. Yeah, but his name is Ben. But yeah, he just really hasn't tried with her. I don't know why.
Maybe he's just shy.
He's tried with stuffed animals before, but not.
Bro, it's like an incel dog or something.
I swear. Like, oh my goodness.
Is he the same wrong?
Is he the same what?
Like, does he try things with other dogs, or is he just not willing to hump in general?
I feel like he is willing to, but we just don't take him around other dogs too much. Like, we don't take him to dog parks because we have a big backyard.
Maybe he thinks that she's just too old for him.
I'm pretty sure that's the reason.
Beyond better undeafen himself. Son of a bitch.
Did you or Beyond had that discussion with Zeus about Nazis?
Oh goddamn, I had a debate. I had a discussion rather yesterday with Zeus about Nazis. Yeah.
I heard like 3 minutes of it before I just went off and make food for myself. But what the fuck was that on about?
He was just triggered. He was just triggered at me because he thinks that I think that he's susceptible to Nazism, and that made him that offended him, I guess. But like, that wasn't actually my main concern. Like, if you're gonna ask for the link to a Nazi site, right, there's only one reason that I can think of that you would ever want that, right?
Oh gosh. Yeah.
Sabrina.
Yeah, I'm turning it off.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Sabrina.
Wait.
Anyway, so the only reason you would ever like need that link or whatever is so that you can actually go into the server and like debate all these Nazis and BTFO them, basically, right? Like,
wait, do you have a link to that server?
No, I don't. But that's the only reason I would ever like consider asking for the link is if I wanted to go debate the alt-right, right? That's like literally the only reason. So Zeus is asking for the link, and I just asked him. I was like, well, yo, why do you want the link? And from there, dude just jumped to conclusions. He's like, oh, you think... And Manny said some things before he left the chat, and then Zeus started like basically conflating my statements with Manny's, and it just got really ugly. He was just upset. He thought I was calling him a Nazi, but I wasn't. I was just asking him why, because he wasn't making it clear that he wanted the link to go in there for the purpose of debating. So I was like, well, why would you want the link if you're not going to go in there to debate them? Because like, if you don't, that's problematic. If you're not going to debate them, they're just going to like sit there and have they're going to be able to spew nonsense at you, right? And if you don't challenge them on like their beliefs or whatever, then that's a problem because you're leaving their beliefs unchallenged. So
I mean, you could just, let's say you're studying Nazi behavior online, and you're trying to figure out how they conduct their arguments, whatever, how they Yeah,
there's better ways
what they actually think. That would be a decent
better ways
reason.
of doing that. There's better ways of figuring out what they actually think than going in there and being nice to them and having a cordial conversation, which is why I was waiting for Zeus to say, I want to debate them. But Zeus doesn't like the word debate, so he didn't say that word. And I was just like asking him about this, and yeah, I don't think he disagreed with what I was saying. I think he was just upset because he felt that I was labeling him a Nazi, which I wasn't.
I mean, sure, there are better ways, but it's a way to do it. But
I actually don't think it's a good. I actually think that's the worst way. That's like the worst way, though. You don't. If your goal is to no, you don't want to do that. You don't want to normalize their beliefs. You don't want to rationalize their beliefs. You don't want to give them a forum where they can spout their bullshit unchallenged. That's a bad idea. I don't think that's ever a good idea to do. It's just like unnecessary, and it just like makes it harder to convince someone otherwise because they get more and more like ingrained in their own belief system if it doesn't get challenged. The more often they can say it and get away with it, the more it gets ingrained in their mind. So no, I don't think it's a good idea to go into a Nazi server and be incognito. You know, like if you're going to go in there to debate, or don't go in there at all.
I know, but I'm just saying there are other reasons to why he would want to join. But I don't know what his reason would be. Did he mention it or
not really? No, and like this is the thing, right? Like he was more focused on defending himself from the charge of being labeled a Nazi than actually discussing what I was trying to discuss.
That boy.
Yeah, I mean, Manny called him a white boy, and that got him triggered. And then I think he thought that was me. Like, he thought I called him a white boy, and then that just derailed the whole conversation. Like, for a whole 5 minutes.
Why did he call him a white boy?
Because Manny's brown, and he can say that.
What's his ethnicity?
Middle Eastern, I don't know. Somewhere in the Middle East.
Oh, so he's a Habibi.
He's Middle Eastern.
But why did he take offense to being called a white boy?
I don't know. I guess that there are some fragile-ass white people out there. I don't fucking know, dude.
Whoa there. Whoa, don't call him a white boy.
I think it was just a meme, but like, again, I don't know. Like, I don't want to speak for Zeus.
Called a white
like,
boy and being called a possible Nazi that...
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, yeah, the combination. Sure, yeah. That I think you're... Yeah, I do think that played a role. Like, it compounded, right? Like, it was two kind of things going on at once there.
Are Greeks considered white? I don't think they are, right?
They are now, but they weren't in the past. I mean, Hitler didn't consider the Greeks white. Hitler didn't even consider certain like Europeans to be white. So like, but like obviously the concept of whiteness has expanded over decades to include more and more people who wouldn't have been included initially. So like, yeah, it's like we got into this actually because when he was defending himself from the charge of Nazism, he was saying, oh, my family was like, you know, ostracized by the Nazis because they were Greek or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, dude, I understand that. Like, I'm like, this isn't the main point, but like, yeah, like, so it depends on what point in history you're asking, right? Like in the 1940s,
isn't that a fallacy?
No, it's not really a fallacy. Like the concept of whiteness is a pretty, I'm prepared to defend that. Like there are definitely people.
Yeah. That does make sense. But like the way he used it, I was here when that happened, and he was just really upset already. So I was like, is he trying to say because his like relatives were victims that it means that there's no way he would be a perpetrator?
Mm-hmm, which is a fallacious argument, especially with Nazism, because there are Irish people who are, people of Irish descent who, want a white ethno-state today. And technically, that wouldn't have been allowed under Nazi Germany, right? So, like, times have changed. The conception of whiteness is different now, right?
That would be
Irish
the same
people
argument for saying black people can be racist against black people.
Yeah, it's a stupid argument. But, like, especially in the context of alt-right kind of like Nazi ideology, it's an especially stupid argument to make.
To say that certain groups of people were or weren't white, you mean, or?
Yeah, just because your group of white people was excluded from the concept of whiteness in the 1940s, it doesn't mean they're excluded now.
In that way, all right.
I mean, listen to Richard Spencer, right? Like, proof is in the pudding. Like, the alt-right will say it to you, right? They don't care as long as you're white. They don't care where you come from.
Have you seen the Destiny debate with those ethno-nationalists?
I've seen, pretty much, he's had a few, right? Like, he's had multiple debates with people you
like
could
3 or
classify
4, I
like
think.
that. Yeah, I keep up with Destiny, so yeah, I've probably seen them all, but I don't know which one you're talking about.
I think there was this Nazi sympathizer as well. He was very alt-right, and he had Nazi ideals for this ethno-state. And one of the questions that always fucks them up is who determines who's white and who stays in the ethno-state. For example, do you need to have blue eyes if you want to stay in that state or not? Or do you need to have blonde hair?
Yeah, these are like Hitler's conception, right? The thing is that was too exclusionary even for the time because Hitler didn't even qualify for his own like supreme race, right?
Yeah.
But like so basically the way that the racists have taken this idea and made it more accessible to more white people is just to open the door up to more and more groups of people to be allowed to be called white. So basically anyone with pale skin now is considered white. Like it's just like the way that we kind of classify people these days in 2019. So yeah, like basically they want a pale-skinned collective like country. That's what the alt-right usually advocates now. They're not advocating for strictly what Hitler was advocating for. I don't think Richard Spencer cares about blonde hair and blue eyes.
Yeah, as long as you just look white, it's a-okay.
Yep, and then, well, from there, you just use name the trait, right? Like, what is the trait that is absent in, the more tan people that is present in the white people that justifies kicking the tan people out? And that's literally impossible
lower
question.
IQ, dude.
Right, and then the irony of that is that everyone advocating for the white ethno-state would be kicked out of their own country. So, there you go.
No, but it's our country.
Yeah, but if you have low IQ, you get kicked out. And anyone who advocates for a white ethno-state has a low IQ, so they would get kicked out.
Not if it's your country.
This is a stupid meme because every country's been conquered before. I'm sure you know this.
Waka waka.
Waka freaking Wonka.
Waka Flocka should return to being vegan.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true.
Also, he should stop saying extremely dumb shit like "I'm not black," dude. Like we can tell that you're black. Like, what is that?
What?
Yeah, Waka Flocka went right off the fucking rails. Like he quit the rap game, stopped being vegan, and then started saying that he wasn't black. And that's like the last anyone's heard from Waka Flocka. Actually, that's not true. That's not true. There's one. Since then, he also squashed a beef with Gucci Mane. But literally, like, he hasn't answered any questions about why he's saying he's not black. He's just said a bunch of random nonsense on Sway in the... Do you know Sway in the Morning?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should watch his latest interview on there. He says a lot of really stupid-ass shit. And yeah, like no one's heard from Waka Flocka since. It's pretty sad, man. Feels bad.
I think it's part of that Kanye rhetoric.
I mean, who knows? Maybe Waka Flocka was like Kanye before Kanye became current Kanye. Who knows? But
Yeah.
The Aception.
Serena, are you American?
I am. I was born in Kansas.
Are you gonna Brexit from the Democratic Party?
Wow. See.
Wait, that was don't take that question seriously. Come on. Please. Oh god.
I don't even know what that question means.
She's actually just thinking about right now because of you.
Oh shit.
Why did you do that?
Don't actually look it up. Don't actually look that up. It's better if you've never heard of Candace Owens, it's better if you never have, honestly. Just don't even waste. Holy shit.
Thank you. I will be ignorant of Candace Owens forever.
I'm not a fan of the term ignorance is bliss because it's pretty much what like carnists abide by to like not go vegan. But in this case, it's perfectly acceptable. Like learning about Candace Owens would just make your life worse, probably.
Regarding politics, it's a very, very defendable position. Fuck Candace Owens.
Really though.
Fuck Republicans in general. Like I'm not even American, but fuck Republicans in general.
I feel you. I'm not American either, but like.
Wait, you're not American, dude?
No, I'm Canadian, unless you count Canada like to be an extra.
You're like, you're like our brother state. So
You're America light.
yeah,
we're
America
like
light.
we're like the only slightly more socialist America.
I mean, if I had a choice to move to Canada or the US, I'll take Canada every day.
Hell yeah, dude. I mean,
I would
like,
choose Canada too.
yeah, I mean, it's not perfect, but like, hey, there's at least not like random shootings all the fucking time, and you know, our president isn't like orange and also hates brown people. You know, I mean, prime minister, we don't have a president, but like, yeah, there's a few key differences that I think make Canada a little humble brag.
How much more socialist is Canada compared to the US? Not saying that it's hard to be more socialist than the US, but
come on, dude. Holy shit. Like, you know about America's healthcare system.
Is it completely socialized in Canada?
Oh, dude, it's been socialized for like 100 years. Yeah.
Oh. Wow.
What about education?
No, we're not there yet. Bernie Sanders is ahead of the game, actually. Like, Bernie Sanders wants to, like, catch up to Canada with healthcare and then pass Canada. Do, like, some socialized, you know, post-secondary education, which Canada hasn't done yet. So that'd be cool. If,
Bernie Sanders. What's your opinion on the whole Bill C-16 thing? How dumb that shit was regarding the whole Jordan Peterson and the whole movement against it.
The propaganda was strong, bro. I got sucked into it in like a few years ago when it first came out. Like I bought the hype. I bought the Jordan Peterson hype. But then as the more Jordan Peterson talks, the more you realize he's kind of fucking stupid. So yeah, like my opinion is completely flipped on it. Like, yeah, the Bill C-16 was a complete hoax. Like I admit I was duped by it. Like Jordan Peterson is just full of shit. He's just completely wrong.
Same. First of all, it's pretty believable to just take them at face value, like Jordan Peterson, Shapiro, Rubin, But the more you just read a bit,
not Shapiro. Sorry, not Shapiro and Rubin. Not Shapiro and Rubin. I was not fooled by that. But Jordan Peterson, yes.
I meant the intellectual dark web in regards to those figures. But most of the time, it's a slippery slope. If you start at Jordan Peterson, you'll end up with the Shapiro, the Rubins, the Sam Harrises.
Well, I mean, whoa. Okay, hold on. So I actually hate that Sam Harris gets grouped into the intellectual dark web. The only reason he's in there is because he's had conversations with like 2 of them, and he hasn't denounced the entire thing yet. So like people group him in, but I don't think it's fair to group Sam Harris in there.
I don't think he's that. I don't think he's that much. He's not worse, but he's a bit better, but not by a whole lot. I think he needs to distance himself a bit more from those guys.
No, I agree. The thing is that Sam Harris is left wing, but he has he takes a very strong philosophical approach to every conversation he has, and because of that, his rhetoric is not palatable to a lot of left-wing outlets, right? And so what winds up happening is that he gets picked up by right-wing outlets, and he talks to too many right-wing people. And I agree that that's a problem, but I wouldn't group him into putting Sam Harris aside. Jordan Peterson, he is a little bit more believable because he's not. When he first came out, he was more believable because he didn't have any direct ties to any conservative bullshit. Dave Rubin, as soon as he left the Young Turks, immediately had a media train following him, basically exposing his bullshit and talking about how he was flip-flopping. And Ben Shapiro is a fucking idiot who doesn't believe in climate change. Right off the bat, as soon as Ben Shapiro came out, he made it obvious that he didn't believe in climate change. So that should make it clear to anyone who's thinking that he's not a serious person. So for Dave Rubin and Ben Shapiro and these other IDW members, it's they actually are just clowns, and I think it was obvious from the jump. Whereas with Jordan Peterson, he's a respectable-looking enough guy. He has a job at a university, and he's not actually saying anything too inflammatory. He's just opposing the bill, which some people could consider negative for certain groups of trans people, right? So that, I guess, is maybe you could make an argument that that's moral, but it's not it's significantly less inflammatory than the blatant Republican bullshit that Dave Rubin and Ben Shapiro were spouting the minute they came onto the scene. They didn't even wait.
I don't think Ben Shapiro is fully against climate change. I think he said he just questions it, or he's
he's just stupid and he's a really dumb obscurantist. Nothing Ben Shapiro says about climate change is worth anyone listening to.
I'm not saying you should listen to him on climate change, but I'm just saying he's not a complete denier. He just sort of doesn't think it's as bad as people.
So there's 2 strains of climate change denial. There's people who straight up deny it, and that's probably the more fitting term for a term like denial. When you say climate change denier, you think someone who outright says it's not caused by human activity, it's not happening.
Yeah, I get where this is going. Okay.
Yeah, Ben Shapiro, he doesn't say he doesn't flat out deny it, but he's an obscurantist. He makes it seem like it's not as big of an issue, or the science isn't as settled as it actually is, right? So he's not a straight-up denier, but he's an obscurantist in the sense that he points out a whole bunch of bullshit within the conversation that doesn't need to be pointed out, and does not address the central part of the conversation, which is that I'm not a climatologist, but again, the scientific consensus in this issue is that climatologists agree that climate change is happening and it's man-made. So there's no actual debate here to be had.
Oh yeah. Oh, we were just that's fine. We were just discussing what the intellectual dark web. I actually think it's fine that Sam Harris is in the IDW. Actually, Like,
for what reason? Why do you think that it's fine?
So, like for example, his views on Islam, for example, like, because isn't the whole point of IDW for like just it's like ideas that people don't want to talk about, like, and so for example, just like one example is his thoughts on Islam. Like no one would want to talk about that kind of thing. Yeah, that's just one, or religion, for example.
Yeah, except the difference between a Sam Harris is that he is like one of the right. So Sam Harris, he's one of the four horsemen of atheism, right? Yeah. So let's just table the topic of atheism for now. If you look at the other IDW members, I wouldn't actually say that any of their ideas are things that people are afraid to talk about. It's just that their takes are incredibly stupid. Like,
yeah, what's stupid?
Their takes. They're like opinions on the topics.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't think it's
I don't
think you need, like, good opinions to be in the intellectual dark web. That just the idea I think behind it is like these are ideas people don't want to discuss. I mean, I think that's
that's the Eric Weinstein. That's like the Eric Weinstein classification, right? But I don't think that's a fair class. I think that's putting too much emphasis on the type of idea rather than just the opinions, or sorry, the topic. It's putting too much emphasis on the topic and not on the conclusion that people come to, right? People aren't afraid to discuss religion. Like this is a commonly debated thing in like philosophy classrooms and universities, theology departments. Like religion is not a taboo topic. It's denouncing religion outright with a very harsh criticism of the texts that is considered taboo, right? So if we return to atheism with Sam Harris, Sam Harris is like, I wouldn't even say that he's paying any special attention to Islam necessarily, because he has written books about like basically Christianity and the entire Abrahamic tradition, and he holds all of the ideas within the books like accountable, and points out reductios for stupid religious ideas that people still hold to. So that kind of philosophical, that kind of rigorous philosophical critique is not palatable in a left-wing circle where, you know, it's supposed to be secular, where we accept religions and we accept non-religious people, and we all kind of try and work together. Not where we like sit there and criticize endlessly the religious people, which, I mean, I can kind of agree to that sentiment, right? But again, he's doing like rigorous philosophy here. He's trying to get to the truth of the matter. And sometimes when you come to the conclusion that, well, people are consulting these texts and coming up with really bad ideas, it's like, it's not a happy conclusion. So I can understand that it's one of those things that you could classify in the IDW, but you could do that with, you could do that with veganism, right? Like, does Ask Yourself belong in the IDW because he has a following?
Certainly not. Oh, well,
right.
I don't think I don't know if veganism is necessarily a topic people don't want to talk about. People hate on.
I think veganism actually is a topic that most people don't want to talk about. Whereas religion is something that. Like religion is something that people are comfortable talking about, and you're just like, for example, you could be an anti-Semite and have horrible conclusions about religion, right? And that would be taboo. But that wouldn't be it's the conclusion that's taboo. It's not the topic of religion.
Yeah.
And that's my issue with Eric Weinstein's classification of the IDW. And I also don't like the fact that he kind of had, like, he was the sole arbiter of who gets let into this group, right? He basically handpicked certain people to be labeled as IDW members. And Sam Harris happens to be one of those people, and he got lumped in with a bunch of dumbasses, which I honestly feel bad for him.
I disagree. I like,
first of all. That's true.
I like a lot of people there on the IDW, actually.
Well, like who?
I'm not a fan.
Pretty much everyone you were saying before who you didn't like, I pretty much like.
Are you a fan of
Dave
Shapiro?
Rubin and Ben Shapiro?
Yeah, I don't agree with him on religion. Like that's probably the biggest thing I disagree with him on. But yeah, I like.
I actually really dislike Ben Shapiro for a lot of reasons, but
he's a great debater, but he's spouting non-factual bullshit. Or
I mean,
he's cherry-picking data
really,
in such a way that makes him.
I don't know that he is a great debater. Have you seen him in a debate before? Besides
no,
with a bunch of
what he
college
does
kids?
is that he just talks very fast, and if you can't keep up, well, that's with you. You fucking libtard.
Ben Shapiro destroys libtards.
That's Ben Shapiro, dude. He talks fast at dumb college kids, and then people are like, "Oh, this guy is super smart." It's like, no, dude, he's not. He's like attacking the lowest hanging fruit on the left possible. He's not debating a Kyle Kalinske. He's not debating a Sam Cedar. He's not debating someone who's well versed in left-wing policy. He's debating a fucking college kid who has not practiced debating at all and is probably not well versed on like the actual material that's important for like the topic at hand. They're just
actual debates though. Like I've seen like for example online there's ones with like him and Sam Harris just discussing religion. Like that would be I would say that'd probably be a good debate.
Oh yeah. That I was listening to Sam Harris's podcast a lot more like a few years ago, and I listened to that like conversation. I don't think Ben Shapiro is saying anything intelligent really in that debate. Have you met Darth Dawkins?
I've only like skimmed through some of those debates with like Ben Shapiro versus Sam Harris. I agree with Sam Harris on like all of it. So I don't know.
Yes, like when Sam, because Sam Harris, he has him as a guest on his podcast. He has him as in an auditorium. He has to be polite to Ben Shapiro. He's like forcing himself to be polite to him, and he still wrecks Ben Shapiro on the topic of religion. So like, I mean, and then they have like this stupid like little agreeing session about how dumb college kids are. It's like, okay, come on, Sam. Like, let's get some like actual heavyweight people on here because, like, honestly, I think that was one of the worst podcasts. Like, Sam Harris usually has much better.
Ben went on the Sam Harris podcast.
Yeah, the debate that you're talking about was recorded like when he was doing a tour for his podcast. So the entire thing was recorded in the audio. The audio is on his Waking Up podcast, so you can like I just listened to the audio. I didn't watch the video, but
I was more referring like there's actually been I think there's been some other debates before he'd made the podcast, like on like older ones. I'm not sure. I'll have a quick look. But yeah, besides religion, I think, yeah, I like a lot of Ben Shapiro's ideas, but I mean, he got me questioning on my like position on abortion. Like, I didn't even consider that before. But the thing that gets me with Ben Shapiro is like, I know, like he says a lot of things, but the underpinnings of what he says, I think, lead back to religion, unfortunately.
No, actually. Not in a lot of cases. A lot of what he says leads back to Standard Republic, at least on Twitter. A lot of the things he says lead back to like standard Republican talking points. So like, I don't know how much you've like, I don't actually follow Ben Shapiro. What I follow is the news that reports on the dumb shit Ben Shapiro says. So like, I've tapped out of actually paying direct attention to him because I just don't give a fuck. But like, I can find you examples if I, Googled around a bit of, some extremely dumb shit that Ben Shapiro has tweeted. Some pretty racist stuff too. Like he has a black wife. I don't know why he's saying some of the stuff he says, but whatever.
No, I don't think he has a black wife, actually.
I'm pretty sure he does.
I think I saw some images. She looks pretty white.
Oh, so he lied? Damn.
I don't know. Hold up. Let me find it.
I know his sister is white as fuck, but like, and people share that picture around all the time.
There's all
so
these,
because she has big tits. So like, yeah, there's that might be a meme that you've seen. I don't know, but like maybe you're confusing those two people. That's a possibility. I'm just taking Ben Shapiro at his word, because I remember in one debate he mentioned something about that. Like someone challenged him on it and was like, I think he said non-white or maybe black, I don't know. Or,
Yeah, I don't think
dark
he's like
skinned or
fully
something.
white.
But yeah, he said some like extremely fucking racist shit on Twitter, dude.
Like what?
Pull it up here. I can't remember right off the top of my head. I just remember seeing it and being like, wait, what the fuck? Like, can you really, how can you be saying this stuff and like go home to your family? Like, this doesn't make
I just posted a picture of his wife.
No fucking way, dude. Are you serious?
Like you look it up on any image thing. Like, it's just heaps of photos of this woman come up.
Dude, what the fuck? Did he mean like... Okay, now I'm gonna have to find this quote that he said and the racist shit that he said, because now I need to double check.
I'll be back.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, so Ben Shapiro here, getting the link. He was a birther. There's some other stuff here as well.
Hello?
What's up, dude?
What up? Pretty quiet in here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, it's Serena. How you doing?
Oh my god, who's that? Is that Chupa?
Just the chupacabras.
That's what I'm talking about. Hey dude, what's up? They're talking about politics.
Oh, you know, I was gonna say about politics. I was watching Majority Report today, and they had a little spot about veganism.
Yo, really? Send me the link, bro.
That's
That is
cool.
tight as fuck.
I fucking love Sam.
Yeah, but
I love
it's
Sam.
if I can link it, but dude, it's a 2.5 hour podcast thing. Like,
I do
That's
not
what
care.
we love.
I need
So
to
what's
find
this,
Sam Cedar talking about veganism, man. Like
Okay.
all
racist stuff?
I'll link it. I'll link it.
All these progressives are out here whining about climate change, and none of them are fucking doing shit, man. Pisses me off. So like, I want to hear Sam Cedar's take right now.
Yeah, I'll just say right now, I wasn't super impressed. So
I might have to call in to the Majority Report and lay into those motherfuckers.
that's a good one. That's a good idea.
Actually, good.
Do it.
Brett pill him.
Be on. You'll be
They're
on
just
hold
like,
for an hour and a half.
like fucking commies and then hang up.
Tommy there, really.
There's only
The
one
other
commie,
two-
yeah.
The other one's a socialist, and the other one's like a social democrat. Oh, here it is. Okay, link it. Okay, share.
Okay, Synaptic. I can't find the article that Ben Shapiro wrote on birtherism on like the regular internet, so I think it might be on the Wayback Machine. I don't know. But like, it looks like he took it down because he realized how bad it looked.
Okay, I'm gonna say it's after the 2 hour mark, so it's in the last half hour probably.
Where did you post this one?
General, I think. I don't know.
I put it in 8 text. Shit, why did I put it there?
8 text.
Yeah. Fuck, sorry about that.
You
My
should
bad.
see.
I'll put it in a general text. Hold on. What happened was I don't know why I did that. General text. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, Satan. Yeah, I'd be interested to see any kind of racist stuff from Ben Shapiro.
I can only find one article writing about what Ben Shapiro wrote about, basically. So it's like reporting on Ben Shapiro's reporting and other stories that were published under Breitbart, under Bannon, while Ben Shapiro was working there. So it's like kind of semi about that, but the closest thing I could find to is birther stuff, because that was definitely the worst. But it looks like he took down a bunch of the stuff that he wrote about birtherism, probably because he realized that just because Obama's black, it doesn't mean he was born in Kenya.
Sure.
That's exactly what it means.
What are we looking at here? What's this?
So I just sent you the article there.
Alright.
Uh-oh, that guy's a carnist in the chat.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but so are you, Chupacabra. Like, what is this bullshit?
Yeah,
Too carnist.
I've been eating these corn burgers. They're like vegan or whatever.
Hey, so you're like slowly making your way over to the vegan squad? Is it like a slow transition?
I'm starting with cruelty-free, but yeah, it's tough, dude. It's tough. Give me a break, man.
Well, speed up the process a little bit so I can like you a little bit more. Anyway.
Yeah, all right. Well, I'll keep doing propaganda. Pro-vegan propaganda, anyway. It's the least I can do. Yeah, that's a start, right?
Yeah,
I try to bring it up as a topic because I came at it from the global warming perspective, and you got to attack it on that front. So.
Yeah, I mean, there's the global warming perspective, but I mean, what about the animals, though, Doc?
Oh, I agree.
Okay, good. I'm glad you agree. I'm glad there's nothing to debate here.
I'd be kicked out of the chat if I didn't. So, for good reason, I suppose.
No, I don't think you would be kicked out. You would just be shunned by us, and we would all mute you.
No, you'd get challenged to defend your position. That's what happens in this server. There's no cucking. No cucking allowed.
Well, this chat has changed. They told me they would have kicked me when I first got into here, but you guys are different people. There's so many people in this chat. It's fucking, how many people are in this fucking damn thing?
We're
Hundreds.
multiplying. I think there's 3,000 people in the server.
Yeah.
quite a lot. So, saying
You guys are my favorite ones. How about that?
So where's this thing?
How
Like, I'm
about
looking at this article. Like, I only found one mention of Ben Shapiro.
Fuck Ben Shapiro. And
Yeah,
fuck
that's the thing is like I couldn't find his original article that he wrote because I guess it's been taken down, right? I wanted to give you the original article, but this is literally the only thing on Google left that I can find referencing this the situation.
Well, probably not even worth looking at, but sure. Unless you had the actual article.
I think it's like taken down because it was published like when Ben Shapiro was younger and like less popular. So before he like got his massive boom in popularity, I think he took it down.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sure. I mean, it's a bit of an old. I mean, he's been around for a little bit, hasn't he?
Yeah, now he has. I mean, he's been around for a little while, but he was like, he came onto the scene. He's still pretty young, and he came onto the scene kind of young too. So.
Yeah, he's pretty young actually. Oh, I'm yet to see something. I think
veganism is pretty weak, to be honest.
What?
Sam Setter's take on veganism is not that well thought out, to be honest.
Yeah, it was awful, really.
It's decent, but then one of his co-producers, I think, she derails it entirely. Well, I was 20 years ago I was a vegetarian, I was 10 years a vegan, now I'm pescatarian. Shut the fuck up.
That was the video that was 2 hours long. They sent in general text.
Yeah. It's at 2:25-ish.
Yeah, like I said,
fast forward.
debacle was pretty bad.
There's nothing wrong with it per se, but it's not. Now,
Yeah, but
Bren, I don't think he's thought about it that much.
Yeah, there wasn't. What I'm saying is, there's not anything productive about it either, really. All he
I
said
think I have
was
more of a problem with a chick that says, well, you can't convince people on going vegan purely based on ethics. Well, no, that's the entire point of convincing people to go vegan based on ethics, not environmental reasons or health reasons and nutritional reasons. It's not the point of it.
Yeah, Sam pointed out how there's corn subsidies, and like the corn subsidies makes them grow so much damn corn that they have all this extra fucking corn. They call it feed corn, and they feed that to the cows. So it props up the whole fucking slaughterhouse industry. That's a fair point, but he doesn't really come up with any solution.
Well, he's right, but it's nothing that's really new or adds to the conversation. I mean,
he talked about
I think you need to go on a bit about the
So
ethics.
you can. There's two ways that I haven't watched this yet, but what is the actual caller calling into debate about? Is it about ethics or is it about environment?
How eating meat is that much detrimental to our ecology and how it contributes to climate change.
Okay, so it was about environment. Okay, so like, yeah, that's a good argument for the majority report because again, all of these progressive shows, they're huge about climate change. They are like, every time there's a new report, they will like push it massively, but they never, ever, ever make mention of the fact that animal agriculture is the leading cause. Like they always point the finger at like transport and the oil and gas industry because that's like the big bad guy that fuels a lot of wars. So it's like easy to point the finger at them. When in reality, they're not the largest contributor to the actual greenhouse gas emissions and other environmental destruction, right? So that's like a very good argument to use, but like you could also just name the trade on them, right? It just depends on which angle. The way you're talking about it right now, though, seems like this person that called in maybe was confused about which angle they wanted to take with them. Like, is that right?
it's fine if you're just trying to open up the conversation, but I think my biggest problem was with that chick in the studio with him. That's making just a fallacious point entirely.
Yeah,
I think the dude is calling in just made a decent point, and I don't fault Sam for not having thought about veganism that much or the ecological impact of eating animal-based products. I think my grief is more a bit with the chick in the studio.
Yeah, she derailed it. I agree with you. I don't really have beef with anybody. I just thought it was interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
And like,
fuck, that's disappointing, man. Because actually, I think Kyle Kalinske did one like little segment where he admitted he could not defend eating animals, and then all of the other progressive like hosts that have like big audiences, they have just not talked about this. So it sucks. It's actually disappointing as fuck to hear that Sam Cedar hasn't thought about this like in depth, and he doesn't have like a concise answer he can give, because fuck, man, Sam Cedar is sharp. Like I expect more from him. But
he's one of the coolest dudes around when it comes to left-wing shit. But yeah, like, I remember some idiots I used to hang with on the internet I would say, let's have a debate. What's the worst problem? You know, Middle East wars and conflicts or climate change? Because like at the time it was that Syria refugee crisis thing. It was like 3 years ago or whatever. It was before the election. Anyway, and lots of different YouTubers picked up on it off Twitter because I would fucking tweet at all these motherfuckers about it, like, hey, fucking, the real big problem is climate change, blah, blah, blah. I was pushing it on everywhere I could, like, what the fuck? And they had some dumb fucking debates. It was Fox from the West versus fucking, I don't know, some other idiots. Anyway, at least I got this conversation going, but they were idiots. That's all I can say. YouTubers, man, fuck.
Here's a question.
Yeah.
Do you think a vegan world would result in more equality for human beings as well? This goes for everyone in the voice chat, not just Chupacabra.
yes, but it wouldn't. It would produce more, but it wouldn't eliminate it. I mean, it wouldn't eliminate inequality is what I mean, right? Like, it would produce more equality, probably, but it wouldn't completely eliminate inequality. I doubt it would do that.
That's interesting. During that majority report, somebody was like, well, then only the rich people would be able to have meat or something like that. Which is totally...
I mean, I don't know, like, do they believe that, like, that's really bizarre.
It was just dumb. Like, that whole segment was really useless. But as far as equality, I don't know. That's a tough question. I don't know.
Like, that's a really dumb, that take that if we had a vegan world that only the super rich capitalists could, like, eat meat, that's a fucking dumb take, because presumably it would still be illegal for no matter how rich you are, to stab things.
It's illegal to kill people right now, but the extremely rich still do it.
Extremely rich, yeah. Like, I mean, if you believe in the adrenochrome conspiracy, where are all the fucking Planned Parenthood fetuses going? I mean, you know, the rich must be drinking some fucking fetus smoothies, right? I mean, who knows? But, like,
heard about the foie gras fucking ban?
No, but
France
that's
or
a good
Canada?
thing.
What?
In France or Canada?
In New York, I think.
Good.
Good, right? I was stoked about it. I was like, that's fucking good. I knew kind of what it was. It's fucking weird shit.
Wait, can someone explain to me what that foie gras is?
Not me.
It's when you stick a tube down a duck, down the throat of a duck, and, like, basically force feed it until it gets extremely fat, and then you kill it.
Big sad face.
Yeah.
Yep.
animal agriculture is pretty fucked up.
What do you guys think about roadkill? What do you guys think about roadkill?
Oh, it sucks.
So I think it's fine, but I still wouldn't eat it because it's still a dead. It was a sentient being that's now dead, so I wouldn't desecrate its corpse. But regarding veganism, it's fine. I think
they legalized eating it in I think Oregon or something, Washington maybe. So if you hit a deer with your car and your car's totaled, they're saying you can take it home and render it.
I'd rather they eat that deer than go to the local grocer and just buy hunks of meat, to be honest. But personally, I wouldn't do it because it's still, in my view, it's still desecrating a sentient being. So I wouldn't do it. But I'm all for people eating roadkill. That means less consumption of meat.
Yeah, that's I'm gonna agree with you there.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's sort of. I wouldn't do it. But yeah, it does seem a bit disrespectful to the animal, I suppose. I mean, like the animal's not alive, but it's like it's the same reason why we shouldn't eat dead people. Like it's just.
Did you know it's actually not illegal to eat people?
It's not illegal.
Where?
Is that what you said?
It's not illegal to eat another person
Yeah, but where?
in the U.S.
Oh, okay.
It's not. No, it's
I'd be
not.
surprised if it is.
You just don't have a legal way to get the flesh.
Crazy.
Very crazy. I guess most. Yeah,
It's just illegal to kill somebody.
Well, how about those guys who have to like put the bodies in formaldehyde after they die or something?
What about them?
Would they be able to eat people?
I mean, if you could explain to your boss how a body went missing with blood streaks under your mouth, then yeah, I guess. But it would still be hard.
You don't eat the person raw, for one. All right, who does that? That's just gross.
Well, people
Gotta
eat,
cook
like,
them.
raw meat.
You gotta cook it.
Just a little nibble too, not the whole thing.
Human
Spices,
flesh
man.
tastes
Spices.
like chicken.
Does it? How do you know?
Wait, it tastes like what?
You said so.
I believe it.
That's actually
Yeah,
not accurate by
How
by
would
most-
you know?
No,
Yeah,
I would
that's
know
right.
because there's actually been multiple reports where human beings have tasted other human beings' flesh for scientific purposes, and also there's reports of cannibals that write in their journals about what their victims taste like.
What do they taste
And
like?
in most reports of people who have eaten other people, they report back like a similar taste to pork or something like that. Not
Yeah, that's.
There was
We're
this
pig-
documentary about this Japanese dude or Asian dude, I don't remember, and they interviewed him as how he would cut up people and put them in the freezer, and his quote-unquote culinary experience in tasting human flesh. And one of the parts in the documentary, he said, "It brings me so much joy when I'm cutting down on the flesh and I reach the soft, tender spot." I fucking puked at that point.
So, like, sometimes when you're grating cheese, you know how you grate a little bit of your skin in there on accident? Off your knuckle?
Yeah.
That shit.
No, I have never done that before, and even when I did grate cheese when I was a filthy carnist, and now I don't do that shit. I don't even own a fucking cheese grater, bro.
How are you gonna grate your vegan cheese then?
How are you gonna grate your
It comes already grated, you fucks. What are you talking about? What
Well, you
vegan
get
cheese
the
are you guys?
classy cheese, the one that comes in a block. The vegan.
I don't have that kind of fucking money, dude. I'm not buying any fucking like classy vegan cheese. It's
How are
Daya
you-
or
how
ditch
are you gonna
fucking
grate
cheese
your-
altogether.
Wait, I would agree that human flesh would taste like pork because One time my friend burned her finger on the stove and the whole room smelled like hot dogs. And her finger smelled like a hot dog too.
Did you eat her finger?
Bro, I took a little bite. I'm not going to lie.
How was it?
I'm just kidding.
So, like, how are you gonna grate carrots and beets, man, for your salad?
Who
Dude, who the
grates
fuck
carrots in a
grates
salad?
shit, dude? Just fucking take a knife and cut it into small pieces. Why are you guys such bitches that you need a like special tool to do it
We're
for
not
you?
all vegan chats like you,
We're
dude.
not all vegan
Right.
fucking cats like you, bro.
Okay, listen, man.
Cheese
Grate
graters are
some-
so fucking beta. Holy shit.
Take some carrots and grate them and put them in a salad, and then take some beets and grate them. Dude, you're gonna love it.
I mean,
Scrub.
I'm not
I'm
opposed to
happy-
grading shit.
Take a fucking carrot up your ass, you
So
vegan
great.
faggot.
Who said
Who,
that?
who
Hey,
says,
good one,
who
buddy.
says I don't already? Who says I don't have a vegan carrot up my ass right now? Huh?
That's what I like to hear.
Vegan carrot is actually
A
just a
big carrot
tautology.
or a baby carrot?
I said baby carrot.
Oh, that's weak tit shit.
Don't
Oh,
you
one
just
of
love it when carnists hop into voice chat to troll and then they leave immediately afterwards?
Yeah, dude. DBATE.
Someone say hi to me.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey!
What's up? Hi.
Someone's
Hello.
muted, so you can't. There's somebody in here called someone.
Oh, someone say hi to me. Wow, you are such the trickster. Like, you got my ass.
Got him.
Got him.
Truly.
That's why I didn't respond, showing that I'm satisfied with the responses that you guys gave, because that wasn't what I was seeking.
Yeah.
What were you seeking, Edgy?
Someone's
I was
taking a shit.
seeking for the Discord user whose
Had no
name is
basis.
someone.
So
trying
now,
to greet me.
Someone's taking a dump.
Someone's unloading.
Someone's pooping out a carrot out of their butt.
Sorry, dude.
What I'm seeking is a defeater for the Christian God.
Hey Satan, did you see that thing with like ask yourself and like he asks Sam Harris the name of the trait thing?
Yep.
What did you think of that?
Sam Harris should think a little bit more before he speaks.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. It's like I think someone in the top comments was like, "This is the longest non-answer ever."
Yeah, he threw out some anecdotes. Well, I was out eating steak with my buddy tonight.
Yeah, but he didn't actually answer the question. Yeah, he didn't even go close to the question.
Yeah, he dodged it.
But Sam he has been vegan, or he was vegetarian for ages, and then I think he stopped, and then he went vegan for probably a couple months, and then he's just had some low iron issues or something, which he could clearly sort out without.
Yeah, he's like, I was anemic and I don't know, so I just had a burger.
It just seems weird because like everything I know about Sam Harris and like all these moral positions, like to me it just sounds it's kind of disappointing that he's not actually vegan. Actually, like
He is
I like Sam and
I like
Sam. A lot of
Sam's
opinions.
song. You know when I dropped Sam Harris was when he started defending Stefan Molyneux.
Who's that?
Wait, did he?
Why did he
Oh
do
my-
that?
Okay, so Christian Piccolini, the anti-fascist activist, the guy that used to be a neo-Nazi, he was like, oh yeah, you know, Stefan Molyneux's been spreading a lot of white supremacist shit, and Sam actually scrubbed that from his podcast and said that he didn't think it was right to call Stefan Molyneux a white supremacist. But I think
Who
it
this
is.
guy? How do I spell this person's name? Like, can you put it in chat?
Christian,
I distinctly remember that podcast and him saying that within the podcast. So like, you're saying
no, there was
he
another
removed.
part. he scrubbed a different part out.
Well, he left in the part where he said that Stefan Molyneux is basically a massive gateway to the alt-right, which I think is a fair criticism.
Yeah, that is fair. But he
Yeah,
left
so
some-
like, but
Anyway,
he scrubbed a different part of the podcast.
that's not even my criticism. My criticism is after that, where he like his tweets afterward were just fucking terrible. He's just a fucking idiot when it comes to that shit. Like he's just like Stefan Molyneux is just a libertarian as far as I know, and it's like, dude, why don't you go watch a Stefan Molyneux video now, and then tell me that shit?
Yeah, sure. I mean, like, it could be ignorance, right? It could be that he is not keeping.
Yep.
I mean,
and him,
I don't
he's
know,
giving
but
all
like,
this
yeah,
charity to the guy.
I agree.
I don't know.
That is surprising. Like, to be fair, I did know who Stefan Molyneux was, and the first time someone told me he was a racist, I didn't believe them because I knew about his like previous libertarian personality, right? I had to actually go and check to like confirm that, oh yeah, this guy's completely flipped his like position.
Yeah.
He's like alt-right as fuck now. Yeah, so so it could be that that's the same case with Sam and that you just caught him at a bad time. But like I do agree that like he should probably go watch a Stefan Molyneux video before he tweets that. That was pretty irresponsible.
Is this the guy who's being accused of like having a cult?
Yeah.
Yeah, Stefan. Yeah, Stefan Molyneux does have a cult.
Yeah, my friend, not my friend, but this one YouTuber I like, Ivan, made a video about him last night about how Stefan Molyneux went to Poland, and it was pretty funny. He makes fun of Molyneux pretty good. Ivan's Shady Existence, up to that dude.
Yeah, like he goes to Poland and starts crying because he's at like a white nationalist rally, and he's like, "This is the most beautiful thing ever," or whatever. And he's like, the title of the video is like, a philosopher breaks down in tears of happiness or something fucking pretentious as fuck like that.
I like that he keeps saying, but I'm an empiricist, so... But I'm an empiricist, so...
Yep.
Empirically, it's better to have an ethno-state and all that. Not realizing that Poland was like 30% Jewish before World War II.
Weren't they considered
So,
subhuman?
like, the thing about Molyneux is like, he doesn't outright sell himself as a racist like us Richard Spencer does, but he's like, he's very obviously, to anyone who's, you know, thinking critically, he's very obviously a massive gateway into the alt-right, some of the fucking rhetoric he says, right?
Yeah, exactly, I agree.
I think it's pretty obvious. It's pretty clear.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious at this point. And so anyway, I also had criticisms about the whole Charles Murray and Ezra Klein and all that. I just don't get the sense. He has a new podcast today, though, about Jack Dorsey, so that might be worth watching. I don't know.
The thing is that I think Sam, when he was talking to what the fuck is that guy again? You just said his name. The guy who wrote the bell curve. Charles Murray, right? When he was talking to Charles Murray, he started out the podcast like pretty good, and then they got into the topic of like Charles's controversy specifically with the bell curve, and that's where he like dropped the ball. He had too much of a cordial conversation with him up until that point, that I think like he just did not take him to task hard enough.
He didn't, exactly. I agree with you completely.
That was disappointing.
The thing that's disappointing to me is I know that there's perception in the audience, and the perception of the audience, I know people who turned basically alt-right after that. They were like,
that's shitty.
Real. It was shitty, and then Sam is shitty, and it's like whatever. But I don't know, man. I'm just over it. I just don't give a fuck about Sam Harris anymore.
Yeah, I mean, he's like he's not a complete idiot. He's good in certain areas, but he drops the ball in others. And I don't like the way that he carries himself either. I think he should talk to more people that actually agree with him instead of this like weird thing that he's got going on where he purposely puts himself in like disagreeable positions, because that's been like his whole thing, right? So
I agree. agree. I want to hear more about his left wing and talk to left wingers or communists or whatever, because he's always like, I gotta talk to Jordan Peterson. I gotta talk to fucking right wingers, you know. And have
Battle of Ideas memes.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, to slay the dragon, you have to.
Yeah, the debate with Jordan Peterson between Sam Harris is actually great, though. Like, Jordan Peterson goes on and on for like a long time. Yeah, the first part, you're right. But like, Jordan Peterson gets fucking wrecked. Jordan Peterson gets wrecked by Sam.
He got fucked. That was epic.
Yeah, like it's there's some value to him talking to people that are dumb and that say dumb things, because he may be able to dissuade their audience of like some of their ideas, but he does it too often, and that's the issue.
Well, what I would say is that he's in this group of people. He'll go talk to Ruben. He'll go talk to Gad Sad. He'll go talk to fucking IDW. It just goes round and round and round with Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson. And it's just like, they just like talk to each other over and over and over and over. It's just so boring.
Well, not really with Sam though. Like, Sam has talked to each of these people like once or twice, maybe. And some of them he won't even like talk to because he doesn't consider them serious people. Like, Sam is kind of discerning about it, right? But yeah, I do agree with you that there is like what you're describing is the skeptic sphere and the right wing YouTube sphere.
It's a bubble. It's a bubble.
Yeah,
That's
it's just a giant bubble of media figures, and yeah, that is what they do. Like the Steven Crowders and the Ben Shapiros, just like
Steven Crowder.
I know.
Just put a bullet in me, please.
Let me just put my worst criticism right here. So he was on Rubin Report, and he said that Vox is the same as the Ku Klux Klan. They're just as racist as fucking the alt-right, because...
Yeah, sure, dude. It's the horseshoe theory. The most extreme to the left and the most extreme on the right is just the same, dude. Memes.
Yeah, it's the same, bro. Radical centrism. Fucking look at my huge brain. Yeah, and that's where I totally lost it. It was a Dave Rubin interview. It was fucking dumb.
What was
and
Harris?
Yeah, fuck him.
I need to watch that. But...
Anyway, it was pretty bad, and I've seen him tweet a couple things like that too, and it's just like, no, Vox is not the racists on the left. They're not. You're tripping. That was the most ridiculous thing, and it really fucking was the final nail in the coffin for me.
The most dangerous thing about it is how fast you can go into that rabbit hole. Like, you just start with one Ben Shapiro video, and before you know it, you think that there's no racism, no sexism in every country in the world.
Yeah, it's a worldview they push, you know? But yeah, that reminds me of Jesse Lee Peterson. There's no such thing as racism. Oh, but Hillary Clinton's a racist.
Holy shit. You just brought up the gold mine of memes just now. That is my favorite meme in all of the world. That man is my favorite meme. That his whole being is just, you know, have you ever seen the Boondocks?
Yeah.
Uncle Ruckus.
Okay, you know Uncle Ruckus from that show. He's literally him in real life, dude. It's unbelievable.
Is he a troll? I still don't know.
It's unfucking believable, dude.
He's gotta be a troll. I can't put my head around what the fuck's going on.
It's just a paid show by the Koch brothers. I can't believe that someone that low of an IQ, that stupid, can actually set up his own show. It's impossible.
Did you hear when he's just like, oh, well, I'm black, so I'm low IQ? I mean, he says that a lot.
Do you love black people?
Dude, his questions are actually hilarious. Like, I think he's playing a character, to be honest with you. Like, he cracks a smile sometimes when he's interviewing some of these people at, like, the best time possible. Like, I honestly feel like he might be playing a character. It might be like a giant joke that he's just not letting anyone in.
Do you believe that black people are bit tubes? Do you believe that black people are victims? It's like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, why would a guy that can't speak like that have a radio show? But whatever.
Have you seen that vid of his producer calling black people the N-word with a hard R?
What?
And
No.
casually throwing it out like it's nothing.
I didn't see that.
Okay, well, in that case, then, shit, maybe he's just like an actually slow guy that, like, the Koch brothers picked up and gave a show so that, like, they could basically just use him as a mouthpiece. If that's the case.
He got called out. Hassan Piker asked him if he was getting paid by the Kochs on the
I
last
love Hassan, dude.
on the
Yo,
interview.
Hassan is best.
Yeah, Hassan was fucking him up. So it's
I
a
link that vid of his producer in the general tab.
all right. I'll check it out.
Yeah, it was David Packman first. Then it was Destiny. Then it was Hassan. And yeah, all three of those were like fucking just mind blowing, dude. I was just like sitting there just like, what the fuck? Who the fuck tunes into this show? Like, I'm just sitting there like, what the fuck kind of person tunes into this show every day?
There's this clip of a
Holy
Ku Klux Klan
shit.
member. He called himself the Green Ogre, something like that. And he called in and said that JLP was an honorary black Ku Klux Klan member. Fuck me, dude.
LOL.
He's like the Chappelle character, you know, the guy that's white.
Exactly.
That's the one. I can't remember the name of him. He's blind now, so he doesn't know he's black or whatever.
True.
Jesse Lee Peterson says his boss is a white racist and calls blacks guilty N-words. But he's on his show, he says there's no such thing as racism. It's so confusing.
He says that that it never existed.
Yeah, there's no racism, there's no sexism, there's no homophobia. It's just good and evil or something like that.
This dude, man. I'm just thinking, like, in all of these debates, he always brings up God, which is like a huge philosophical concept, but he just brings it up in like the dumbest way possible. He's just like, "Do you believe in God?" And just the way he says it is just like, oh man, he won't take like anything but a yes or no answer.
Yeah, I mean that's the
That's
crazy
what I
part.
ask. I ask black people.
Black people, he always fucking wants a yes or no, and he'll just push a question and never answer a question. It's like crazy.
That one with him and Destiny.
It's internalized racism as a person. That's what Jesse Lee is.
He literally thinks, I think it's because he's got the blue contact lenses, he actually thinks he's like white now, white passing or some shit.
Oh, what?
Wait,
I
what's
don't
wrong with
fucking
Jesse
know.
Lee Peterson?
Who said that?
Wait, what's wrong with him? He's amazing.
Amazing, dude.
He's not a he's not a beta.
He's not a beta. Beta. Stinks on that.
I love like some of his conversations. Like midway through, he'll just yell "beta" like really loud. Like
you a man?
who does?
Are you a beta male?
Are you a man? Do you love your mother? Are you a man?
Do you know what a man is?
Dude, Hassan fucking got him so bad. He was like, "Oh, so you're saying that blacks need a mom and a father? Are you married?" And he's like, "No." And he's like, "Do you have a kid?" "Yeah." "So you have a kid out of wedlock?" "Yeah." Jesse Peterson got fucking owned, dude.
So you didn't raise your son? No. But do kids need both of their parents? Yeah. Get the fuck out of here, you dumb fuck.
He got owned right there. It was pretty cringy.
I think it's amazing how he couldn't call Hassan directly a beta, but he called Destiny a beta numerous times.
Dude, it's so true, man.
Dude,
Because
it took him a lot
Hassan is actually jacked as fuck. It's hilarious.
He's like 6'4", 230. Yeah, definitely a beta.
Is he 6'4"?
He's 6'4", dude.
Damn, that dude's
It's so
big.
funny because Hassan is like way more left wing than Destiny too. So like he has every reason to call him a beta more.
Destiny is actually like, I would call him like a Keynesian like capitalist in that he acknowledges the faults in capitalism, but he doesn't think we should like radically like restructure it in a way that like a lot of communists do. I use communist not as a derogatory, but as someone.
No. It used to be a derogatory, but now it's becoming less so. However, there's the tankies, and oh my god.
I would call Hassan a straight tanky, yeah. Like
He's getting there, yeah, he's close. He could be a tanky. I don't know if he's an Antifa or DSA or what.
Oh, he's definitely DSA and Antifa.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't know what DSA means. What is
Democratic socialisms? It's like it's the Bernie Sanders groups that pop up everywhere.
okay.
Yeah, his
Yeah,
dad
Hassan?
is Cenk Uygur, dude. Or sorry, his uncle is Cenk Uygur. So like,
Yeah.
obviously.
The thing is, Hassan, for how big he is, he's not very strong. Like, it's
Yeah, this point still stands though that like he's way more.
4'4". It's not that bad.
it's not impressive. Like,
Still though, he's like
casually he just looks
significantly
up.
bigger.
he's not like a soy boy beta. Like, I'll give him that. Like,
Hey, Hassan Piker, natty or nah?
I don't know. Like,
Natty or nah. Natty or nah.
Destiny could be on gear, but I don't know. Like,
I just had to say it because that's what Vegan Gains puts on half of his videos.
I
The
would
peak
say no.
of
Like,
male performance. You cannot deny this. Change my mind.
Hassan looks like he lifts 3 or 4 times a day or a week, but eats like a somewhat shitty diet or a somewhat like passable diet to where he could have like decent like
build.
Like if he actually were to put work in. Like the thing is like the thing with getting into shape, there's like diminishing returns. Like there's only so much like that's actually useful. To where it's just money as far as time.
I think he got jacked enough for the ladies and was like, "This is good."
No, yeah, he's hoe ready, like, and that's all you need to be. Like,
He's in LA, dude. He's just trying to get hella chicks. Yeah, some people made fun of his fashion and shit, which is fair because he has some pretty bad fucking style
It's not
sometimes.
point though. Like,
I mean, I don't even really agree with that.
I don't know. He says a lot of dumb shit. Like when he says that when you have an increase in like immigration, it says it doesn't. It says that it. He said that it doesn't drive down the cost of low skill labor. I'm like it does. I think it does, but I don't know. He says some like weird point about how employers will pay lower wages. Well, they do that because the market allows that. Like. Because of the increased population that immigration can have on a population. So.
I think that there's arguments on both sides on that for sure.
Yeah, like I would like.
I think you did so many factors and like. Anyway, yeah, that's it. I could agree. He could be totally wrong on that.
No, sure. Like you look at like a lot of old Bernie Sanders types. Like when in the 80s and 90s, Bernie Sanders wasn't. He was pretty strict on borders. Like any like French socialist or Bernie Sanders type would like kind of laugh at the idea of complete open borders because they realize the value of the value of low skill labor and how that is like kind of the working class
and when you kind of diminish that to a point to where they can't have a living wage, you're gonna like fuck over your like population basically. So
What I remember, because I live in a place where there's a lot of illegal and a lot of immigration in general,
yeah,
is that there's this union that used to be the farm workers union, and so that's the thing is a cross-border union that's in all countries was the way to raise wages, because if you only raise wages in one country, that country then becomes a target of people to go to. Right? And that's going to hurt.
But
it's going to hurt. It's going to crowd our job market and shit like that. And then employers can lower wages because it's a crowded job market. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of agreeing with you there.
No, yeah, like every like an old school Bernie Sanders type is just gonna say no, tight borders, like via like what a lot of Northern European countries have, like tight ass borders, so that we can keep the cost of labor to where we can have a desirable like living condition for people who aren't like doctors.
I would frame it in the other way, and like historically what happened there was the libertarians or the business capitalists in the United States.
Fuck them. They want to fucking ship jobs overseas to where they can just fucking and degrade the environment to the point to where they can just fuck most people over.
Well, the point I was making is back in the 80s and stuff, they wanted all these illegal immigrants. They wanted them to be picking the
low cost labor.
Yeah, so they were libertarian. They wanted free movement of labor so they could get as cheap a labor slaves as they could in the fields. And they didn't care about the white guy that was working next to him in the field. But that's where it comes to, like, I've heard some people make the argument, it supports a complementary job. So like the guy that's working the field is going to be the boss, the managers. There's going to be a couple more of them after a while, so does that make sense?
Yeah, there's like the Miami study, and it was like a Miami meta-analysis of showing, that's the thing you'd have to measure over time, right?
Yeah. It's just complicated. It's hard to get good data, but yeah, I'm just saying, like in general, it was the libertarians in the 80s. Nobody was arrested. Nobody still arrests anybody for hiring.
The Reaganite boomers who, on one hand, they want to be conservatives, but on another, they want radical libertarianism.
Well, what I'm saying is, on the one hand, they want really cheap shit for the stores, and they're a bunch of, they don't like Mexicans maybe because of racial reasons, but at the same time, they want the cheap labor for capitalistic reasons. So it was really the Republicans who brought in all the illegal immigrants by their neoliberal.
The Reaganite boomers, I would agree with that.
Exactly, the Reaganite boomers.
Fuck boomers.
Fucking fuck. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what the answer to it all is.
Fucking.
But communists too.
Socialism and vegan globalism. There you go.
Fucking vegan. Dude, there was a dude in here earlier saying that veganism is just part of globalism. Oh, dude, like, that is, I was like, he wasn't even being, when I, like, troll people in, like, conspiracy theories, I can at least, like, my, like, argument can be, like, consistent. It's not logical, but it's like you get what the premise is and you get what the conclusion is. This dude was just all over the place with like veganism being globalism.
Yeah, I don't get that.
I feel like people who use that term, because I just use that term the way that it's like meant to be used, right? Like as in global society. But like the people who use that
like
term,
global capitalism.
Yeah, or like, well, I'm not even talking about capitalism. I'm just talking about markets around the world, basically being integrated in like a one world kind of like union, like the United Nations holding more power or something like that. That's the concept I'm referring to. But most people, when they say globalism, they're talking about like Jews running things. Like it's either
the Jews,
conspiracy.
It's either the Jews or it's the Democrats. You know,
International finance. Echo, echo, echo.
Big Bang. You know, and that's the weird thing. You know, I've noticed that the Bernie Sanders, they found a way to say it without. You know, you'd think these right wingers would actually swing right to Bernie because they'd be like, "Wow, Bernie wants to tackle the big banks." If they put two and two together, they'd realize that
if
Bernie's
the
all
left,
right.
hold on. Like, if the left would have said Jewish privilege instead of white privilege, how different do you think, like, the timeline would have gone? Like,
no shit.
You know, like, come on. Like, if they would have just called it Jewish privilege instead of white, like, oh, dude. Like,
Bernie would have fucking trounced Hillary.
fucking stomped him. Like,
got him.
Fucking bodied.
I was thinking about that horseshoe though, because you know a libertarian and a communist both want open borders. Eventually, the communist wants open borders, right? Because they want open borders. They're just like, you know, people are free to move anywhere in the world because it's all one world, you know, like socialist shit. And then libertarians, they want, well, you can move wherever you want because you're libertarian, you're free, right? You have freedom to have a gun and smoke weed and go wherever you want to work or play or build a home or whatever. So the fact that you have these right-wing libertarians, they don't know what a libertarian means. They just want their gun. That's it.
And
well,
legal.
You have the school of Austro-libertarianism where it's kind of like it takes into account like the extra.
Well, a left-wing libertarian wants weed and a right-wing libertarian wants a gun. And then you have a weird
both.
guy that wants both. Is like, I don't know, neither.
Smoke weed
super
and have a
libertarian.
gun.
Well, no, there are some people who do want, like, you'd be surprised.
That's consistent. It's consistent, yeah. So nothing wrong with it. It's just weird.
Well,
Because
TCAT
if
was
you
just
have a-
explaining the different schools, but I was
Right,
like,
I
I
interrupted.
only really think of one strain currently, and that's like the libertarians who want guns and weed. But like TCAT probably has a more comprehensive outlook. But I mean, he was
Well, that's
just in the middle of
consistent.
explaining it.
Go ahead, T-Cat.
I'm fucking off on something else. What are you guys talking about?
You were saying
No
something
worries.
about the schools of different philosophical schools for libertarianism. Like there's the Keynesian or something like that.
Yeah, Chicago school, Keynesian school, Austrian school. It's just degrees to which you can allow like certain freedoms among your population, and others where it's like, hey, if you smoke so much, we actually kind of need to stop that because I'm getting fucking lung cancer because I live next to you, you know? Like,
Yeah.
like I would say the Austrian school takes externalities into account, whereas other schools are just kind of like vague notions of liberty. Like, well, I don't know. Like,
Okay. Well, I've heard these Austrian are the most cancerous ones, so
maybe.
yeah, that's what I think, because I've run into a lot of them. But
Why do you say
I
that?
can't. I don't know. Like, they just seem like the most wrong and sure about it. I think all libertarians are fucking wrong. That's just me. I mean, I don't know what you guys think, but I do. I mean, sure, you could have a libertarian philosophy, but when you actually put it into reality, it just you have to compromise. So I don't know. I'm for taxes.
I would say that the Austrian school does have that room for compromise, where it's not just pure autism. Like the fantasy of a non-aggression principle just can't.
Oh God. Oh my God. Fucking Dapperton and shit. Have you guys seen Mr. Dapperton with his big dick fucking thing? All the hookers? Oh my God. You know who Mr. Dapperton is? Anybody? Anybody?
No.
I have no idea.
Oh, you guys gotta look it up. I'm gonna link something in the chat with it. It's fucking pure fucking cancer, I guess. Mr. Dapperton. I have a friend who's a YouTuber that got into a beef with him and got doxxed by him and all this shit. Or we got accused of doxing him, and maybe he did.
Isn't he the right-wing dude?
No, he's not right wing. Mr. Dapperton is a fucking libertarian. Or he's
someone else then.
not a libertarian. Sorry, an anarcho-capitalist or whatever.
Basically a libertarian. Like I would use those interchangeably.
I don't, because he actually has one of his first videos that popped up was how libertarians are dumb 5 different ways. So fuck. He's a capitalist. Let's just say that.
Okay, well.
I'll put this random video by him. I'll link it in the chat.
Yeah, I'm not gonna watch it.
You just gotta see this guy's fucking.
So, Satan, what's been going on in here lately? Just more vegan debates, or?
Yep, and one about the MAGA hat kids against Zeus. And yeah, no.
Wait, Zeus?
Yeah, you're
is
asking
Zeus like
about...
a dude, or like the actual like Norse god, like god? Zeus?
Yeah, I talked to the actual Norse god on Discord.
Okay.
I actually have him on my friends list.
Okay.
He's also in this Discord. Yeah, and I had a debate with him. And it was about the MAGA hat kids, if you remember that controversy. That's the only like recent debate that wasn't about veganism. So like.
So what do you guys think about that MAGA thing? I thought the kids were all right. It was the other black.
I thought the kids were on the right. Like,
Oh, fuck, this is cancer.
Yo, come on, dude.
Let's not go there.
Oh, I don't want to jump into this right now. Holy shit.
All right, well, just agree to leave it there then.
I mean, the problem is that there's like a whole... The problem is that everything that got clipped out on Twitter is a whole bunch of like fucking bullshit, and you have to actually watch the like 5-hour fucking video footage or whatever to like actually figure out what happened. And yeah, everyone that I talked to doesn't know shit about what actually happened. So because they all just read what they saw on Twitter and went with that story.
I thought they were all bullshit, but I'll tell you one thing: that Nathan Phillips Indian guy is fucking stolen valor. And
I don't know what that means.
He's a fucking piece of shit. You know what stolen valor is?
No, I don't know what that means.
Someone claims like they were in the military and in a war, but
they really weren't.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah, it's a pretty fucked up thing if you ask me. I really frown upon it.
Well, yeah, that's you're just bullshitting about
Not only
being
that, but
in like an actual horrible situation.
You're also ripping people off because people use stolen valor to get free fucking shit. So you go into like a store and you say, well, I'm a veteran. They give you a discount. Just about a lot of stores will give veterans discounts. I don't know if you know that, but anyway. Atheist Phillips. Oh, sorry. It's Nathan Phillips. No, the Indian guy. He's stolen valor.
Nathan Phillips.
The Indian guy with the drum.
He claimed to be a Vietnam veteran, but he was just like a refrigerator repairman. Like,
yeah, he never went to Vietnam. And he lies about it, and there's all sorts of videos of him saying that he was in Vietnam, and then it's just all fucked up, man. So that guy is, to me, I think, look, I was going to say, I think they're all fucked up. I don't like the MAGA kids. I definitely don't like the Black Hebrew Israelites. I think those are the fucking worst people.
I
don't think either.
I think this whole situation is an excuse to sell people ads so that they can be tuned into the media cycle while the Fed's fucking taking all your money.
Exactly.
I'm with you on that. Like, I'm not a conspiracy guy, but that sounds more honest than any of this other shit.
It's just an excuse to sell your ads.
Yeah, it's so easier just to say that.
Because there's like, this is like both sides. There's like so many rabbit holes you could go down about whatever.
It's just,
I don't care. Like,
well, wasn't it proven that the Twitter account that spread those videos those first few videos was a Russian bot account that was paid for.
Yeah, you know what? Just paid to fucking keep you hooked into the media cycle. That's my.
I'd never heard that either. But what I'm saying is they're all.
Destiny made a video about it.
I'm gonna go with Alex
The
Jones.
Russians.
Soros. They're all paid by Soros. All of them.
It's all. What if George?
Yep. I'm going there. There's the globalist for you.
This is why Alex Jones is so entertaining. He can tell stories that are so like better than any newscaster, in my opinion. Like,
I don't know, Rachel Maddow, dude. Did you hear that she was saying that the Russians can fucking shut down our power grid whenever they want?
Okay.
She's the new Alex Jones, dude. I'm just saying.
As much as I dislike Rachel Maddow, our American infrastructure, if there was a coordinated terrorist attack, we would actually be pretty crippled. Like,
well, I'm just saying, some people were calling her out and saying that was kind of fucking crazy, bitch.
I don't like Rachel Maddow as much as the next skeptic and trademark.
Well, maybe it sounds crazy, but she's right, and I honestly think she has enough integrity where she would be right, and maybe this person had a bad take. It wasn't me saying that she was crazy, but I thought it was funny to poke fun at her right now, is what I'm doing. Because it sounds crazy. You know what else is crazy is that Cuban fucking sound attack that gave those fucking Cuban ambassadors all that fucking... they're all fucked up now.
Okay.
They were in Cuba as, like, diplomats, and they came back all just fucked up, you know? Like, something attacked them, and they did a study on them, and they found it, like, their inner ear was all damaged, and they, you know, couldn't walk straight, you know, couldn't stand up anymore. They got, like, strokes.
They drank so much alcohol, they fucking...
But did you hear the update on it?
I don't know, man. I'd have to dig
Hold
into
on,
it.
I gotta go. There has to be some shit on this on poll.
No, apparently they came out a few weeks ago. They're saying it's like a certain type of cricket that was keeping people up. I don't know.
Okay.
Who knows if it's real or not? But
Wait! By the way,
if it's QAnon saying it, I trust it.
The sounds that haunted U.S. diplomats in Cuba.
If it's QAnon, fucking.
It was just a loud cricket. What the fuck? This is nuts. Oh my god. And how did the crickets hurt them? It's just so crazy. I just zone out. Like, nah, I'm not gonna go there. You're right, it was crickets. What the fuck? And then how did it injure them, though? Headaches, nausea, and hearing loss. The crickets fucking were using their fucking propaganda. What? Like crickets. Fucking Saudis with their crickets. Cricket with a bone saw. Jesus. I don't think that's totally a conspiracy. Don't you think there could be some technology that's little flying bugs? I mean, we have drones everywhere.
I think the thing is like, is it out now? Like, is this technology now? Like, I think it's coming. It's like, do we have the cure for cancer? It's like, no, probably not. But it's probably.
Yeah, I heard there's a cure for HIV, and it's supposed to be happening already. Like right now, it's happening. But we will never get it unless we're rich, right?
Sorry, back to the topic of the what was it, the flies. I did read in a book. I don't know if you guys read Homo Deus by Yuval Harari. I think he talks about this topic. Like, he talks about like rats being able to be controlled by external like controllers or whatever. I thought that was really cool. I think they were developing that technology for the fly, like the insect idea. Because I mean, it would be great. Imagine like being able to spy, like if you needed intelligence, just like using a fly to like spy on. Like no one would think.
Are you talking about the intercellular parasites, like by like Sapolsky and stuff? Like
I'm not sure what it was. It's been a while since I read it.
They can control the behavior of mice to where they'll be more likely to be eaten by cats, so that they can spread to a certain part of the cat's digestive system.
I mean, it might have been something like that. I don't know. It's probably something to do with
Toxoplasmosis or whatever.
Yeah.
The world's smallest quadcopter, $40. It's like the size of your finger. They sell mini drones. They fit in your hand. Nano drone, $20 at Target.
Yeah, they're getting pretty cheap nowadays.
Yeah. Pretty cool. Just
Yeah,
paint
you
it
can
up.
right into flying some of them.
Just paint it up like a bug, and then you're good to go. Hell yeah. They can fly? What the fuck? Yeah, they kind of look like a cockroach, more like, though. Like, they already look like kind of like a roach, I'm saying. I read an article random, but I read an article where like a sea lion in the Arctic pooped out a fucking memory card. They found a frozen turd that had a fucking memory stick in it.
And keep going.
I'm listening. I want to know what the playlist was on there. Like, what was on the memory card? Let's see if it works.
Or it could have been like a diver, his last pictures, like photographing a seal before it eats him.
Before it ate him? That would have been dope. Maybe it was like Van Morrison's greatest hits.
And a bunch of like pictures of like kids in a ball pit, and like they're at like a amusement thing or whatever. And I was just like, what the fuck? So I just deleted everything and then kept the USB stick like an asshole.
Yeah, USB stick.
Instead of like doing the right thing and returning it, I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna use this for my own fucking.
I found like 4 USB sticks where like this one person, they're mainly like at college. You'll just find ones with a bunch of like essays on them. So I'll just delete them all and keep them because those things are like worth a good amount of money. Like I'm not gonna pay $5 or $10 for a USB stick. Fuck that. Like.
Cheap, man.
Yeah, somebody gave me a couple like that. But I guess the article was just saying that there's garbage all over the fucking place and every animal's filled with the plastic. It's fucked up.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking bad.
When the fuck are they going to make plastic that's biodegradable? And when the fuck are they going to make packaging all, biodegradable? I mean,
Man, it's just like the corporations, and they're just doing all these corporation-y things, man.
Well, don't they have the plastic like around those pills that you can digest? Wouldn't
That's
that
edible
be
plastic.
edible?
The problem with the biodegradable plastics is that they're still going to be around for quite a long time. So it's not They'll just
there is actually
decompose
some
within a year.
places like A&W in Canada. They use like biodegradable wrappers and stuff because they anticipate the people are gonna like litter their shit or whatever. So like you only
Yeah,
ever
that's
see McDonald's like on the side of the road. You never see A&W wrappers because those shit biodegrade. So like there are some people who or some corporations that have biodegradable shit. It's just like it hasn't caught on yet because people don't think climate change is actually happening. Some people.
Well, it's like in the big companies like Doritos and Pepsi or whatever. Like those are the guys that need to be doing it because they sell the most shit. It's like every
That
bag
would
of
cut
chips.
in on their profits, though.
Economics 101. They don't give a fuck.
Profits over everything.
Isn't the bigger problem like people's attitudes towards littering as well? Like,
I think that's a problem too. Fucking what the fuck? I never litter. I'd have garbage in my car, you know?
Same.
yeah, I don't know. I think like isn't what country is it? They've there's one country where it's like illegal to litter. Like it's like $200 fine if you caught littering or something. I think it's like
It's illegal
Singapore.
here. It's illegal in the U.S., but everybody does it anyway.
Cops don't give a fuck about littering. They're only there to protect fucking private capital. That's what they do. No one cares about littering.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked.
Well, if we didn't have people litter, then what would the guys that are in jail do? What would they pick up when they get to go out?
Exactly, dude. Gotta make a
Dude, you're
Gotta
on
think
like
about those guys.
God. You're in like 2050. Wow.
That was a 4D chess move, man.
250 IQ, by the way.
Dude, my IQ's got to be like 104.
Actually, do you know that black people have less of an IQ than Asians?
It's proven.
I mean, just look at the ghetto.
Sam Harris is smart, so when he said it, must be true.
Hey, don't straw man Sam Harris. He didn't say it. He just let someone else say it next to him and didn't challenge him.
All right, I'll steal man. I'll
Didn't
steal
he?
man.
No, I thought he agreed with him actually.
I don't think he actually agreed.
When it comes to that,
I think it was pretty clear. It was pretty clear that he was showing some disagreement there. Like, the main criticism that most people have of Sam is that he wasn't like hard enough in his like disagreement, right? Like he should have brought up like the Flynn effect and a bunch of other things, like discrepancies in the data to like actually combat his point, but he didn't do that, and that's like.
In fairness, he did bring up the Flynn effect briefly.
No, well, not really.
Well, he did bring.
Not when it mattered.
Yeah, he didn't push hard on it. He got rolled on that point. That was really my criticism. And then when Ezra brought it up again, he kind of fucked up a little in that interview too. But whatever.
What do you guys think of Ezra Klein?
I actually don't know anything about Ezra Klein, or I don't even know who that is, and I've never seen the interview, so I can't comment on that.
I think he's pretty cool. I'm a little bit further to the left of him.
What are his general standpoints? Like, what does he believe in? Because I don't know much about him.
He's like a Keynesian. He's a fucking pretty cool guy. I don't know. He's real sharp. He's the editor of Vox. Sometimes he might be a little regressive. It's probably the criticism he would get. But, you know, he's still a neoliberal. He's not a socialist or anything. So, I don't know. He's all right, I think. I think he's good. Good guy.
I've heard him on like 2 different podcasts. He was on the Sam Harris one, which didn't go too well. I think they
both came out looking pretty stupid on that one.
But I did hear him on a different podcast with Yuval Harari, which I thought was pretty good. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know too much about him. Sam Harris seems to hate him.
I agree with, I like both of them. I mean, I I don't know. I think he's a good editor of Vox. First of all, he's talking a lot about healthcare these days on his blogs, and he seems to be kind of like let's go for lowering the age of Medicare. That's kind of where he's at. He's not like a full-on Medicare for all. He's a real measured centrist lefty.
Ezra.
Yeah, he goes on MSNBC sometimes. I don't know. I think he's a pretty smart guy. Him and Stan Stein and a couple others are real sharp pundits. That they're not on very often, but are good editors or whatever.
Yeah, fair enough.
But he's definitely he's not a fucking racist. I'll tell you that much.
Oh yeah, Ezra is certainly not a racist.
He's not anti-white racist. It's not the truth.
Oh,
but as far as the race realism go, I still say let's see the gene. Which gene causes a lower IQ and where is it? Still they can produce those genes. I'm gonna ignore the subject. I don't think it's important. And even if they did produce it, it's like, what do you want to do now? Are you going to treat people differently? I don't get it.
I think with like Sam Harris or whatever, where they go with the race IQ thing, or the intellectual dark web, I don't necessarily think it means like, so if we prove that IQ is a thing, then we should treat people differently. I think it's just kind of like, let's inquire about science.
No, but I'm going to have to push back on you because with Charles Murray, that was his objective.
That's what Sam Harris said actually, because he was saying like, he asked Charles Murray about why he was doing this, and I don't remember his reason, but he said he disagreed with why he was doing it. But he strongly backed him up in the fact that you should be allowed to seek out these things for whatever reason you want.
Okay.
So like we need scientific inquiry. Like I guess the main point I'm making is like they were saying we need scientific inquiry, but there doesn't need to be a limit on what we can inquire. Obviously ethics comes into play, but it's just like people just need different interpretations of it. It doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. Like say if there was something like a trait of black people, for example.
Like jumping higher or being better at sports or something?
Yeah, no. Oh, well, I was going to say, like, say if there's a trait like that we can objectively, I don't know, that we could just say it makes just like a certain group of people, like blacks, make them worse off, for example. That doesn't justify anything, really. Like,
that's what I'm saying, and that's what Charles Murray is not saying. The guys like the Kochs and the Pragers and the Charles Murrays, they already had a preordained agenda, and that's to cut taxes on the rich and cut social programs for the poor. They want to get rid of welfare.
I don't know much about Charles Murray, but
well, his whole political career has been trying to get rid of welfare. So he doesn't like giving a single mom any help. It just encourages them to have more kids out of wedlock. It's right-wingery. It's just whatever.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, sure, he might have those opinions, but I guess.
That's his motivation right there. I mean, it's just like, so now.
Yeah, you can disagree with his motivation and stuff, sure, but.
And that's why I don't really know if I trust and also I've studied the research that he did, and it's not really good.
Well, yeah, that's fine. I don't know. I think that's a good thing.
This is what I found in my research, and I could be wrong, but I'm just going to say it. When they went to Africa and they got these IQ scores, they literally got zero input from certain countries, like, say, Uganda. They just went by the neighboring country and the neighboring country on the other side, and they took an average. And when they did study from each country, they did like 4 samples, like 4 people took the test.
Yeah, you can obviously criticize the research, but,
Yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah, well, it's a good idea to do it. I mean,
if there's better research, I'm totally willing.
You said it was like what, like 4 what did you say? How many people did they study from Africa? Like,
Four,
not many.
4 people out of each country, or 8 people, or 10 people.
That's pretty exclusive.
It's just not a big enough sample, in my opinion. And
That's
not only
fair
that,
enough.
but
Like, we should be able to criticize like these studies and stuff.
and not only that, but we're talking about a country that's third world, where the average person might get 6 years of education, or none, or less, or whatever. You know, they don't have desks over there for their classrooms. There's war tearing through their places. There's famine. You know, people are still living out in a natural world. You know, just hunting and gathering and shit. So.
Hey, one
How
skill
do you-
that they do have that we don't have is they actually know, like, to a degree, like, how to survive. Like, if we were thrown in, like, their situation, like, right now, we would all be fucked.
If you were on a deserted island, would you eat meat?
No.
I was being sarcastic there, but
Okay, good. But no, I wouldn't. I
How
would do
comfy would it be
better there.
if you could just chill on a desert island with a piggo?
that'd be cool. I
Right?
think pigs are really awesome. I want to go to like one of those sanctuaries for sure. I still haven't been to any.
I read an article about some woman who was on just this deserted island. Holy cow. And she survived, but
Deserted island to be away from all you guys.
yeah, you should just go to Hawaii. Just go to Kauai or
Nah,
something.
that's humans are there. What are you talking about?
Well, there's
It's a
less
deserted
humans.
island away from you guys as in humans.
Well, in Oahu, there's a lot of humans, but on Kauai and the little islands, there's hardly anybody.
There's humans there though still. I said deserted
Right.
island as in no
I know, but you can just take a walk and there's nobody, you know?
Yeah, I mean I could do that outside right now too, and I'm sure I'd see nobody, but that's not what I was referring to, right?
I got you. We'll buy an island, duh.
All right.
Oh, you could just build an island. You could just dump a bunch of gravel out in the ocean until it filled up.
Why
and made an
would
island.
I ever do that?
For a vegan paradise.
No, 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 no.
Oh, so you could launch a military attack on Japan?
I would never just make an island in the ocean.
Well, that's why
That'd be
that's what the
completely
Chinese
against
are
my
doing it.
morals and beliefs and my values. That would be destroying the ocean. Fuck that. That would impact the ocean. To say otherwise is delusional. Sorry.
It could be beneficial though.
Okay,
You know,
so
like
beneficial
so let
to
me
me, but not beneficial to the ocean and like the creatures that are in the ocean, right?
No. Beneficial to them. Like let me
How would it,
make
how
an
would it be
example.
beneficial to them when the ocean is already being like fucking destroyed and is basically fucking dead?
I
And
take
just,
your
like,
point.
adding an island to the ocean, just like destroying another part of the ocean.
How is it okay? How is it destroying? Like, for instance, if you sink a ship like an old boat, if you like drained all the oil out of it, and
Yeah,
sunk it to
it
the
can
bottom,
sometimes it can create like a home for you
Yeah.
know, fish and coral will
Yeah.
sometimes like grow on it. Yeah, but
and your island eventually will grow a bunch of moss and grass and animals.
yeah,
will live-
that is
and they wouldn't-
implying that's implying that, you know, the ocean will even exist at that point in time where it would even be able to do that. I disagree. I don't think it will.
Well, no, this article I read said this like new island that just popped out of the ocean. This was a volcanic thing. It's got like mad flourishing fucking ecosystem faster than the scientists thought it would produce. So
Post
I
that
don't know. I'm just gonna say that and leave that there.
Do you have the article?
Oh shit! Fuck no, I don't. I'll look. It's on my fucking Facebook feed. I'll never be able to find it. You know how Facebook is.
Yeah, just a basis claim. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. But what if you made your island have all sorts of fucking super animal habitats that were awesome? Like, what if you put a manatee park?
Well,
Big
manatee
harbor in
park.
it.
What?
Yeah, a big harbor with a manatee park right next to your island, dude. You'd be a badass.
Park?
Park.
Yeah,
There's
a
a manatee parks in Japan. Yeah, they have these manatee
Yeah,
parks.
they're fucking horrible. They're just exploiting the fucking animals. Fuck that.
No, not if the not the way they were. You don't understand.
No, they do exploit them. To say
No,
otherwise.
that's you're talking about dolphins. You're thinking of the dolphin park, not the manatee.
No, manatee parks also exploit the manatees.
Well, I thought they were just like a protected area, but I don't know. A protected area for manatees is what I'm meant to say.
Okay, so like a conservation, don't say
conservation, whatever.
Being weird. You can say like a conservation corridor,
Well,
particular area.
you
where
could build a fucking island that was just a fucking total meant to be for animals and conservation. No human could be allowed. And
Yeah,
then you
yeah,
could
yeah.
go there.
I would
And
love
then
that.
and then only you could go there once in a while.
Yeah. That would be like my goal. But I mean, I just don't see why I would build this island when, there's so many places around the world already where the ecosystems have already been destroyed. Why not try and, rewild those areas instead of like creating new ones?
I think if we leave them alone, they'll do that.
Because we like just destroyed them. Like we've just like put all their bullshit there, like a fucking building or some shit instead. No.
Yes.
No.
Hi, Kitty. How are you?
Yes, saw that. What was that?
Camera symbol. What do you mean? Wait, I don't see it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gone now.
Wait, what?
I didn't see it either way.
Oh, yeah. What about it? I see it.
Maybe because I'm on mobile, I don't see it.
Yeah, it's because we're mobile.
Yeah, same.
Wait, are you watching me, Kitty? No, I'm kidding.
No, we
Okay.
can watch him, I think. What does it mean?
I didn't know Discord supported video.
That's cool.
What
Hey
does
man,
that mean?
It does.
Nice
You
talking.
can you can make like groups like for video calls, but they like usually it doesn't support like this many people. I think it's only like 10 people per group.
Wait, where's the camera? Can I see the camera on my phone?
Yeah, it's like it would end up crashing if everyone were to turn that setting on. I don't know, but me and Kitty have video called before with
All right,
others.
peace out.
Oof,
Is
I'd
Kitty
love
a
to
male
see
or
it.
a female?
Kitty is Kitty.
Oh.
You're a dude that looks like a girl? Okay, so?
I mean, he answered your question. He's a dude who looks like a girl. I mean, I don't know what else there is to ask about here.
Who the fuck is this vegan sausage dude?
It's just a troll thing.
I want to fucking make them into a
troll.
fucking jacket.
Apparently, in New Zealand, there aren't any predatory animals, bro. None. This
He won't come on chat. Like,
I just said to come in here.
he said
I
he's
want to
coming.
destroy
We've
that
asked him so many
claim right
times, he
now
won't.
that he just fucking made. He said, deer, pigs, goats, they destroy the habitats as well as possums that I trap and harvest for fur. Fucking bullshit. The only reason that those animals are quote-unquote invasive species is because humans have destroyed the ecosystem and the biodiversity within the ecosystem where the predators once existed and, there wasn't any overpopulation of these animals. Fucking retard.
Wow, nice text.
Mary for adept tier.
Is this guy in
Seriously.
here? Is he in
No.
here?
My name, Isaac changed it to full skink mode. Wash me, daddy. Because Darth earlier, I was saying you missed this. Someone asked Darth to, it was Seven Diablos, I think. He asked Darth to like unmute me, and he was like, "Why is she muted?" I think he didn't realize like who I was because he, Seven Diablos like referred to me as Misanthropic, and Darth was his Mary Jane. And basically, Darth was like, "Well, why is she muted? Was she a naughty girl?" He said it's so weird when he was like saying that, and yeah, I don't know. Basically, he ended up like saying something like, I don't remember exactly, something along the lines of me being a naughty girl that needed to be punished or something. And that's why he muted me. And then he said that his New Year's resolution was that he's never going on cam with like any more naughty girls. So I'm just curious of what the fuck happened. Like, what was he doing on cam with these quote unquote naughty girls? That he had like realization that he can't do it anymore. Seems very strange.
This doesn't sound very, like, godly.
No, it's not. I mean, we all know, like, Darth isn't very Jesus-like, right? Oh, wait, what'd you say? No, Darth Dawkins. He's, like, the fucking precept guy that comes in here and talks about religion and yeah. For Christianity. But wait, I really want that vegan sausage guy to come in here. Is he even in here? I don't think so.
Hey, Mary, did you find out what type of companion animal Darth has?
No, I still haven't found out because no one will ask him for me. I asked him in DMs, but of course he doesn't respond to me. And I like literally like blew up his DMs with my like list of like 10 videos that I send to like all Carnus, and then like all of my pics of like the cows in comparison to dogs. But he probably didn't even look at any of it.
I have a quick question. Isn't precept by definition like an appeal to ignorance fallacy?
I have no idea.
It's like assuming that an argument's true. Like precept is just appealing to ignorance. It's just assuming. I mean, I guess you're
truth or wisdom, as Darth would say. So I guess so. Yeah.
It's just like, yeah, I think his argument's like you can't disprove it, so he's just going to believe it, I suppose.
Well, wait, you don't want to just throw terms around. What do you think an appeal to ignorance is, Beyond?
I guess on some level, like our base level axioms we have to make some sort of assumption.
I'm not asking for an example. No, I'm not asking for an example. I'm asking for a definition.
Appealing to ignorance is assuming it's true because it can't be proven false. That would be just off the top of my head.
Close, not quite though.
Or that it hasn't been proven false, so you assume it's true.
Very close. So it's the way you said it the second time is right. Yeah, assuming it's true because it hasn't been proven false. It's not that it can't be proven false, right? But then there's another component, which is there's also the inverse, right? So there's assuming it's true because it hasn't been proven false, or assuming it's false because it hasn't been proven true. So in what sense is precept an example of this?
I guess when he gets down to the point where I guess you have to argue realism against him, at least like existential realism, in order to have some footing. Otherwise, he just like puts you down that funnel that the nihilist.
Okay, but is he asking you to assume precept is true because you haven't proven it false? Do you think that would be his argument?
His argument is, does anyone have any evidence that the Christian God doesn't exist? Like he frames the whole thing that way.
Wait, but I asked you, do you think that his argument would be that precept is correct because you haven't proven it incorrect? Right, like I don't think precept. To be clear, I don't think precept is a good argument. I think it falls apart. But I think that we want to be careful with just labeling things as fallacies, because it's easy to just smack a fallacy label on and then ignore it, right? But it's got to be fair, or else eventually someone's just going to ask you, someone who's not being nice like me and just prodding around to see if you know what you mean, someone who wants to call you out and get a gotcha on you is going to be like, well, no, how's it an appeal to ignorance? Has he specifically said to you that it's true because you haven't proven it false? No, so you're wrong, right? Like, that's why you want to just be careful with these things.
Yeah, I guess that wouldn't be the most accurate or even inaccurate if we're being like really technical with it, way to put it. But he still is using it as his like foundation of knowledge. I mean, come on, like you could use that with like water bottle. You can use it with anything. Like water bottle has revealed the divine revelation to me. Like,
Yeah. I mean, he would give you arguments to differentiate a water bottle from God, but yeah, no. I mean, if you're just going to move into like a general kind of attempt to pick apart what's wrong with precept, that's fine. I just wanted to address the appeal to ignorance thing.
yeah, thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
What were we talking about earlier?
Don't know, religion. We were just talking about.
Serena, are you high?
No. I'm happy though.
It's the same.
Happy to be here. Well, since I remember I had a nightmare last night. I told some people this earlier. And like in my nightmare, I remember praying to God to make the ghost demon go away. And when I woke up, I did the same thing. Oh god.
Wow.
I wonder what Christians think of the paranormal.
I had a dream, like, maybe like like 2 months ago or a month ago. Where, do you guys know Milk Jar?
Yeah.
I was in this car, and he was like some evil villain guy, and I was trying to get away from him, and I forgot to lock the door, and he like opens the door, and he's got like scissors, and he cuts my balls off.
That's hot.
It's pretty fucked, but
Have you ever
and that was it. That was like a nightmare. I was like, fuck. I don't know. I think for some reason, I think Milk Jar just seems like an evil guy.
Where are you from?
Australia.
I couldn't tell if you were British or Australian. I was pretty sure you're Australian.
It's British.
Okay. I don't know anything anywhere from the UK.
Yeah, honestly, I couldn't tell either, but after hanging out here for like 8 months, I can tell the difference now.
Nice.
Australia goes like this, eh? I'm from Australia, and then UK doesn't do that.
Yeah, they have like more surfer dude like talk in their accent. Yeah, nightmares are fucked.
That's really cool. There's a lot of Australian vegans, so it's,
Are there? I mean,
seems like there's at least 20 on this Discord.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, there are. I've met a couple, but I've also met a non-vegan Australian, but he's slowly doing things to be more vegan.
Dude, whatever happened with him?
Yeah, no, he just works a lot.
He was on here for like 3 days straight, like debating everybody.
I know. I gotta get him to come back.
I can't find his name. Oh yeah, here he is.
Yeah, we're friends. We stayed up in chats and just talked in small groups. He's cool.
I feel like he could potentially be convinced because he cares about the earth and the environment. He's almost there.
Yeah. Like he was at the grocery store and he like was tempted to buy vegan cheese instead of normal cheese.
Were you guys addicted to cheese before going vegan?
No, I never liked cheese. I'm lactose intolerant too.
Being lactose intolerant kind of solved that for me.
Dude, you never liked it?
I'm a little bit intolerant, but I still like it. Like, giving up pizza was pretty hard.
No, I actually always peeled off the cheese off the pizza.
Same.
But actually, I can make a cashew pizza cheese, which tastes like just as good now, so I'm happy.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of good, like, replacements. I actually, like, bought some vegan cheese at the store, like the sliced one, and made, like, a grilled cheese. Took a bite, and I was like, oh my god, this tastes just like real cheese. I don't like it, because I don't like real cheese.
That's what some people say about, like, the Beyond Burgers and the Impossible Burgers. Like, they're too real to meat. I don't like it.
Nah. Meat tastes good. I'll devour the Impossible and Beyond Burger.
Yeah, they're really good, actually.
LMAO.
They released the Impossible Burger version 2.0, and they're also gonna start selling direct patties at grocery stores this year.
No way. That's so lit.
Yeah, because before they were only selling to restaurant businesses, but they're gonna start selling directly to consumer now. So I'm pretty excited for that.
Yeah, I knew that they were only selling it in restaurants, like, around the
I
US.
wanted to make a fake catering website so that I could qualify to buy the Impossible stuff. Because I was gonna go that far, like.
TCAT, for the past few months, my local Costco, they haven't had those Don Lee plant-based burgers, and I don't know if they're stopped carrying them or what. I read there was a lawsuit with Don Lee and Beyond Meat. They're in litigation.
Huh.
The
Don Lee ones were decent, but not amazing.
They didn't have a lot of oil in them, right?
Yeah.
They're like the Beyond ones are pretty heavy. So.
Yep.
Ooh.
Korean rice cakes. No. Oh, also apparently Nestle's releasing it's not an Impossible Burger, it's an Incredible Burger.
No way.
No way. The chocolate milk thing?
Let me look
total rip-off.
That's really
if
funny.
it makes money, who gives a...
Right here. The Incredible Burger.
Hold on, let me... Yeah, I'm looking at fooddive.com. They have an article about it.
That's pretty dope. I will definitely buy it if it's near me.
They could have been a little more creative with that name.
I was thinking that. Really? Come on. Don't... Dude, if the Impossible... when are they going to start... When is Impossible Foods going to start selling in stores? That's the real... That's the $1 trillion question.
The $1 trillion question was answered. He said this year, bro.
No,
Yeah,
but when this year?
Yeah, they just kind of gave a 2019 general, so I don't know.
Okay. So it's like a movie.
Yeah, basically.
When a movie's gonna it'll come out in whenever, fucking 20 years from now. Like that John Malkovich movie that'll come out in 100 years or whatever.
Dude, if they got a contract with Costco, I'd be pretty happy.
Holy dude, they would be set if they got that would be huge for them.
Yeah, Costco and Walmart, they're super demanding with their suppliers. They demand the prices super low, and they're really strict on all that. But of course, they do so much volume that.
No, yeah, exactly. It would be it would just be like a matter of like like if they just can't negotiate the right price, because I don't exactly know how expensive it is for Impossible Foods to make their product. So. Isn't Just coming out with like lab grown meat or some shit?
Yeah, like the chicken nugget or something.
That is some wacky shit, man.
I know.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Cat. I've seen like there's like an advertisement for it. That might be pretty distant future, like 2022.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's gonna happen anytime soon or in the immediate year.
Whatever makes people not kill animals, I'm good with it, dude.
Fist bump, yes, baby.
Ew, that looks like shit.
You know, they have
Yeah.
too. It's pretty high fat.
For real.
It just looks like 40% fat.
I think they'll probably make it more lean than that.
Yeah.
Didn't Just also have that egg replacement?
That straight up looks like a bunch of dead fetuses.
Yeah, they did. They do have the egg replacement and the mayonnaise. All right. Everybody take a shower today?
Not yet.
Same. I'm about to take one.
I think I want to go for a run, then shower afterwards.
Man, that's a really good idea. I exercise late at night because I love procrastinating until the last minute. But you should do that though.
be right back.
KK.
Did everyone take a shower yesterday?
You can't ask that question.
Why is that?
Why not?
You don't need a shower every day. Like every other day is good.
But I stink if I don't shower. No.
Do you work out every day?
Kinda, yeah.
Well, then that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Every other 3 weeks.
LOL. LMAO.
You have a picture of your older dog?
Yeah, actually, I think I sent one into art last night because my dogs are art.
Puppies are cute and all, but old dogs are way cuter.
Yeah, you can see in art.
Oh.
They cute.
I wonder if you can tell which one's the older one and which one's the younger one.
I think the German Shepherd is the younger one, because you can clearly tell the difference between the Black Lab and a German Shepherd.
Yeah, that is true. Alright, I'm gonna take a shower and I will be a little sad if everybody's gone when I come back, but I won't be surprised. Is that a deal?
I'm gonna be out of here.
Who's I'm? Is that synaptic?
Synaptic.
Synaptic. So autistic. Okay. All right. What time is it there?
What, in Australia?
It's
Are you talking to
late.
me?
Yeah. In
Oh,
Australia.
it's like 10 o'clock.
It's what is
I
that?
am. 10
The
a.m.
a.m. 10 a.m. Oh, it's early.
Yeah.
Are you guys a day ahead of us, of the Americans?
I think so. I mean, what's the time?
It's 5:17 p.m. on February the 5th.
Okay. It's, the 6th tier, so we're ahead.
Whoa. Gnarly.
Whoa.
You guys are a full day ahead.
Yeah, it's pretty good living in the future.
You guys might get music earlier than us, or maybe movies earlier than us.
Yeah.
LOL. Alright, well I guess I'll take a shower now. I guess I'll say sayonara.
Go take a shower.
It's about time.
Alright. You do your Australian stuff. Like, keep it up. Say hi to your mom for me.
Sure. I won't, but what?
Isn't that a saying, though?
Like, what, are you saying an Australian saying?
Like, yeah.
Say hi to your mom. Is that necessarily Australian? I
I've only heard it from one of my Australian friends on this server.
Hey, say hi to your mum for me.
That's what I'm talking about. Say I will gladly. All right.
Tell
I
her I
guess.
said
Okay, dead ass. I will. Synaptic. Okay. Say hi to your mom. Bye. Bye, everybody.
Get out of here.
Hey, Mike, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, I don't want to. You don't have to if it makes you uncomfortable. But I wanted to hear more about your experiences getting sober.
Okay, could you give me a little bit though? Cause I'm kind of eating.
Sure, man.